um, waiting. So we'll start, obviously, as you see over here. Anybody's been for these are the ones we're going to do. Okay, these list of 18. I hope we can finish all of them. Um, this is the Masorah here, and we'll start with a general introduction, which is, of course, that today is Tisha B'Av, and they were talking about Bayis Rishon, Bayis Sheni, but the Bayis Rishon and Bayis Sheni are two different stories, and the character of what happens to them is quite different, because if you look, and the first one we're going to do about Yoshua is about Bayis Rishon, for example. Josephus is all about Bayis Sheni. He was there. Bayis Rishon, there was a siege of Jerusalem, and they starved them out. The whole book of Eicha is written by Yirmiyahu, the prophet Jeremiah, in a jail cell, which he had been imprisoned previously, and therefore he's looking out the window and seeing people drop dead from starvation and things like that. So the city, the walls were too strong to batter them down, but they starved them out. That's what you do. If you look, Nebuchadnezzar actually built a ditch around the whole city. Nobody could get out. No water could, food and water could come in. And eventually, the city fell, the whole city fell not on Tisha B'Av, but on Shavasar B'Tammuz, maybe even on the 9th of Tammuz, which is a long time beforehand. So if it's the 9th of Tammuz, that means that the city fell 1 month before Tisha B'Av. Think about that. I mean, the city and the base, it makes the whole 9 yards. The only thing is, the Babylonian army, which captured the city because it ran out of food, so they didn't know what to do with the city because Nebuchadnezzar, the king, was not there. He was up in Syria. This is straight into Tanakh. It was up in Syria, and he wasn't attending the siege as generals were. And once they finished the job, it took a while for them to send a rider up and tell them, guess what, we captured Jerusalem, and now what do you want us to do with it? And it took a while for them to get there, him to decide and send the guy back with instructions what to do with it. So the guy he sent back with instructions what to do with it was Nebuzaradan, the famous guy. So Nebuzaradan wasn't there for the siege, but he was there as Rabbi Tabachim, as the king's chief person. And he came back with instructions on the 7th day of Av to burn the whole place down. So in other words, the whole thing was done, quote unquote, in cold blood, as it were. The city had already surrendered. The king and the others tried to run away and were captured. The population of the city obviously had surrendered. What we call the Bein HaMetzarim means that very likely the population was, first I'm sure they didn't give them any food and water. And you're talking about Yerushalayim, and they were out of food anyway. And you're talking about Yerushalayim in the middle of July, and you can just imagine what it was like. And so for all we know, there was, terrible starvation, things like that. And obviously an army that captures a city is going to kill whoever the heck they want, or rape whoever they want, and all that kind of stuff. So it was a rough business. But the actual burning down of the city, including the temple, that takes place like on the 8th and 9th of. That's what it says. Because to knock down a whole building and burn it down like Shlomo Melech's temple was not an easy business. You had to get, just the copper and the metal, fancy stuff that was there, took quite a while to knock down and carry off. So that's what we call Tisha B'Av Bayis Rishon. And it went into the 10th day also, and that's its own tragedy, okay? But again, the city fell long before that happened. And whoever survived was then marched off like a Bataan death march to Babylonia. So again, just imagine what that's like, the survivors to have to walk from Jerusalem to Baghdad, because Bavel, Babylonia, is not far from the city of Baghdad. Baghdad is actually Nineveh, so a little bit south. So, the Middle East, you got to go up like this to Syria, to the river, and then go down. Or you can't go straight because it's a pure desert. So that was its own problem, okay? So these are the tragedies associated with the Bayis Rishon. Now, on the other hand, when you get to the second temple, which is the Roman business, it's a much more complex business, because there they were fighting, as they always say every year, they were fighting to the last minute, like the Alamo. That's what that was. And as we shall see in a second. So the siege of Jerusalem by the Romans started a couple months before, right after Pesach. And right away, as I always say, just get this art scroll book. This is a very good chart. And you can kind of see over here, right, that the city of Jerusalem had several walls. When you go to Israel, they show you, this is the old wall, and Hezekiah's wall, and this and that and the other. And they had an extra wall, and by the time of the Bayis Sheni, and, as they took in new neighborhoods were settled, they built a wall around it. So they added that to the walls already existing. So as you can see, the Romans here penetrated the first wall 7 days in Iyar. So that's what, 2 months before Thomas. This in Iyar, see when Thomas. 2 months before Thomas, the Romans are already in the first wall area. And then they breached the second wall on 15 days in Iyar. So this is long before Shavuos B'Tammuz, and Kal V'chomer is long before Tisha B'Av. So basically, the Romans were very efficient, and they were getting into the parts of the city they wanted to. But the main center of the Jewish resistance was the Har Bayis, and the other part, I think they called the lower city, and that took a long time. So they right next to the Beis Hamikdash was this big fortress called Antonia Fortress, adjacent to it. So imagine a big fancy second temple, because this is the temple of Herod, of Horus, right? Which, even the Gemara says, if you never saw that building, you never saw a pretty building. So it's big and fancy. But adjacent to it, they built as a security precaution that the Jews should not revolt, a big fortress that they named after Mark Antony, so it's Antonia. It didn't work because when the revolt started, the Jews killed the Romans in the fort, okay? So now it was held by the Jews, and now the Romans are coming back, and and I know there's something called the Har Bayis. When you see the Kos HaMarabi today, that's not the wall of the Beis HaMikdash, correct? It's the wall of the Har Bayis, surrounding the whole business. And only at the top, located on the Har Bayis, was something called the Beis HaMikdash. But just like today, I think everybody knows, you can see on YouTube, or if you've been in Israel, a lot of the area is just big and flat. And there's some buildings, though, like a mosque of this and that, but not all of it. It's the same thing in the old days. There was a Beis HaMikdash complex. Thus, but this is located on the Har Bayis. So in other words, it's something along the lines of what I'm doing now. So a lot of area around it is empty. So the Romans are trying to get in here, but next to that was this big fortress, and what you and I call Shavuos B'Tammuz, or whatever day of Tammuz, it had to do with the fighting in that fortress. And the Jews fought back. It was a very tough battle, man to man, and they had a hard time. And they broke in, and 5 days in Tammuz, and then what you and I call Shavuos B'Tammuz, skipping all the details, is when the Romans finally took over the whole fort and knocked it all down. And when I mean knocked it all down, it means knocked the whole doggone fortress down with all the walls around it. So if you follow what I just said, if you knock down all 4 walls, the back wall is the wall of Har Bayis. So that's what it means, Huvka Ha'ir. That the wall around the Har Bayis was now broken down, was broken through, was breached, because the Antonia fortress, which was next to it, was totally destroyed. So then we have what you and I call the 3 weeks. That means that the Jews and the Romans are fighting up here. They're already on the Har Bayis. That's why it's really desperate. That's why Josephus, Yocham Zaka, the other one says, what are you fighting for? You're not going to win this one. If they're mamish up here, right, and they're fighting hand to hand all around here, so this now, the temple itself, was fortified, and that becomes the place they're trying to hold out. As I said, during the 3 weeks in the middle of July and August in Yerushalayim, you can imagine what that was like. And believe it or not, this part was not taken by the Romans, only here, so people were still coming, as we shall see in a minute. People were still coming, offering karbonos and things like that. On Tisha B'Av, they didn't realize how desperate the situation was. Sometimes if you ever go near front lines, if you're not on the front line itself, just a little bit behind, you think it's okay. And it is okay unless something bad happens. So here, as we all know, something bad happened. So Tisha B'Av is the culmination of what happens here on this mound, what we call the Harabayas area, and the idea is try to break in here, right? Try to break in the front of the base of Mikdash, and then you can get into the whole business. This would be what you call your Ezras Nashim, the outer part, and this is the main part of the base of Mikdash, where you have the Heichal and the Kodesh Kodashim and all that other business, as you know. So we have the famous and depressing description how the Romans finally broke in, where he says that on the the Romans were very professional. Obviously, if you have an army, one of the things you absolutely need in any army, besides the combat soldiers, you need what they used to call the CB, the engineers, because they, for example, in World War II, they had built airstrips and harbors and things like this, without which the soldiers can't fight. Okay, so same thing in the Roman army, ancient times also. You can't go up against the base of Mikdash if you have rubble and stuff all over the place, and therefore you need engineers to clear away the rubble and actually construct like a road, so to speak, so that the soldiers can actually go up to here and assault the place. You see? So this is the fighting going on in the 9 days. For the Romans to be able to clear away the stuff, even though the Jews are fighting against them, and set up their road, when by the 8th of the month of Luz, which is Av, 2 of the legions had completed the embankments. So in those days, if you're up against a fort, they're going to shoot down on you from here. If I'm coming this way, they're going to shoot down at you from down here, right? Because they're higher. So what you understand? So what you had to do in your basic military junk is you build embankments. In other words, you move it forward and you build high mounds of earth. And then they can't hit you. And then you go weiter and build high mounds of earth. And you weiter until you get close to the wall, and then you can use your battering rams. That's the basic way they used to fight. So when by the 8th of the month of so from Rosh Chodesh approximately, what you and I call the 9 days, the 8 days, the Romans are getting closer and closer and closer, very professionally. That's how you used to do it. So Titus ordered the rams to be placed opposite the western portico of the outer sanctuary. Now you can bring up the battering rams against the walls of the base of Mamish. So that's yesterday. I'm talking about. You're at the 8th of Av, yesterday. The previous 6 days of their arrival, the most powerful of the siege engines had incessantly battered the walls without results. And you and I know why, because when you go to the Kotel today, they show you these giant stones. Isn't that right? Even today, the tour guides will tell you, I don't know how they got them there and all that. So, but the idea of the giant stones is they'll be resistant to battering. Okay? And they aren't able to batter it, as you'll see. It made no impact on the huge and perfectly bonded stones. Another team tried to undermine the foundations of the north wall, and after great exertion, succeeded in levering the outer stones. So another way is to go underground and undermine it. But that, right? You know what that means. And then if you dig a hole, the wall will fall down. But the walls were so built they didn't fall down. So that didn't work either. Okay? So imagine, as I say, the whole tradition that you and I have of what we call the 9 days is because of all this bad stuff was happening mamash at that time. Okay? So another team tried to undermine the foundation's of the northern gate. After great exertions, succeeded in levering the outer stones, but the gate, which was hung on the inner stones, stood firm. So that didn't work. Until despairing of all attempts with engines and crowbars, the Romans set up ladders against the porticos. So they have to do like the Alamo, just attack and just with ladders and try to climb the wall and get in that way. Because the other ways don't work. A frontal assault, as you would say. And again, that happened yesterday into today. This fighting I'm talking about happened yesterday. The Jews were in no hurry to intervene, but when they climbed up, they vigorously attacked them. Some were thrust back and hurled back long, like you see in the movies. You knock the ladder back. Others were encountered and slain. Many, as they stepped off the ladders, were unable to shield themselves with their shields and were cut down with swords. So in those, when the Romans would get to the top and get in, it's like an exposed moment, and the Jews could kill them. Some ladders crowded with men were pushed sideways and thrown to the ground, not without inflicting considerable losses. Romans who brought up their standards, their flags in other words, fiercely fought around them, realizing it would be a terrible disgrace if they were captured. But the Jews even captured those ensigns, destroying all who mounted the ladders. The remainder, demoralized by the fall, withdrew. So basically, the assault did not work. That's the point. Of the Romans, no one died without achieving something, and of the rebels, so and so and such and such. When Titus realized his attempts to spare a foreign temple resulted in the injury and slaughter of his troops, he ordered the gates to be set on fire. So, every place has a weak link. As we'll see, they had the gates here, Shar Nicanor, Shar this, Shar that, right? And Shar Shushan, like you see in the Mishnah and all that. And this was the weak point because the gates were like golden, but that means they're wood on the inside covered with gold on the outside. Oh, so you have wood gates. You get it? And it's July. So you don't have to worry about rain or anything like that. So it done. Now, why the Jews didn't fix that, I don't know. Okay? They should have fixed that. Put it metal or something. But this is what happened. Let's skip over this. By now, the troops were already setting fire to the gates. The silver, in other words, covered with silver, melted over quickly, admitting the flames into the solid woodwork, whence it fastened into a dense mass on the porticos. So in other words, all of a sudden, like I say, it's July, the wooden doors of the gates are now on flame. When the Jews saw the ring of fire, they were shocked, and they lost all power of body and mind because of the consternation and terror, and no one attempted to extinguish the flames. No, that's what they should have done. But paralyzed, they stood looking on. Yet in their dismay, they did not have the sense to preserve what was left, but increased their rage against the Romans, as if the whole place was in flame. Meaning, at that point, the Jews should have had a white flag. That's what, this is Josephus talking. But I'll say it again, the Chacham said the same thing, right? All through the day and that night, the fire prevailed, for the whole range of the porticos could not be ignited at once, but only one segment after another. So somehow or other, I don't 100% understand, but this went on flame, and all the things next to it also were spreading as a fire does, all through the 8th of Av, into the night, which is last night, Tisha B'Av, and into today, this morning, where we are at this very moment, right now. Okay? And then he says Titus had to figure out what to do. Does he want to save the temple, not save the temple? This is a famous debate. Josephus and Josephon and the others say that the Romans wanted to spare the temple if possible. The Gemara sort of seems to indicate not that way. The Maharal tries to, play with this and all that. But again, in Josephon and the others, they say it's true, but doesn't matter. He did not, according to the story here, I'll tell you right now, he brought together a staff meeting, and some thought that the laws of war should be enforced, meaning burn the place down, since the Jews would not cease to rebel as long as the temple remained. Others argued that if the Jews abandoned it and no one placed weapons there, it should be saved, but she used for military purposes and back and forth. But Titus declared that he didn't want to burn it down, according to this story. Right? He didn't want to burn it down. But Lamaisa, okay, he adjourned the meeting and instructed the officers to allow the troops time for rest. He might find them full of vigor when fighting would be removed. He ordered picked men from the cohorts to clear a road through the ruins and put out the fire. So this is, I guess, last night, something like that. Exhaustion and shock had depressed the innards of the Jews throughout the day, but on the next day, meaning this morning right now, the Jews counterattacked. So notice, even though the temple has been broken into and parts are burning alike, they wanted to go and drive the Romans back, right? Even, at the last minute. So that's Tisha B'Av, okay? And the next day, recovering their strength and confidence, they sallied out a second hour to the east gate, so that'd be like 7 in the morning, and attacked the Roman troops who occupied the outer court of the temple. So here we are on the morning of Tisha. It's a remarkable story. Here we are in the morning of Tisha B'Av, right now, and here's the Rabbi, and here's the Beis Hamikdash. The Romans already got up to here, and the Jews are rushing out of here to drive the Romans, if they can, back out of the Rabbi. That's the plan. Okay? The Romans stood their ground and met the onslaught by sheltering behind the solid wall of shields held out in front of them and closed their ranks. You've seen that in the movies, the turtle, the testudo. But it was evident that they couldn't hold out long against the fanatical fury of the Jews, which surpassed them in numbers. Titus, who was watching the whole thing from the Antonia, meaning he was up here, where the fortress used to be before, looking down, and anticipating the collapse of the Roman lines, rushed to his assistance with cavalrymen. So you had a whole crazy situation Mamish now, 7, 8 in the morning, something like that. Fighting Yerushalayim. I repeat, you and I know, by 7, 8 in the morning, it's already hot. I mean, it's the summer, it's off. Okay? The Jews could not withstand the Roman charge, and from their ranks fell back and withdrew, but whenever the Romans turned back, the Jews whipped around and pressed them hard, but when these turned back, they fell back, and this went on to the 5th hour of the day when the Jews were overpowered and shut up in the inner temple courts. So basically, 5th hour would be like 11 o'clock, something like that. So eventually, went back and forth, and finally, 11 o'clock this morning at Tisha B'Av, the Romans got in here, and the Jews were trying to hold out the inner courts. The real Beis HaMikdash, so to speak. With the Mizbeach and the Heichel and all the rest of it. So that's how desperate it was. Titus retired to the Antonia, intending to launch a full-scale attack the next day at dawn and take possession of the temple. So the plan, according to the Josephus of Titus, was wait till tomorrow morning. We already got this half, and tomorrow morning we'll attack and break into this half and capture it. That was the plan. But it didn't happen. The sanctuary, however, having long been condemned by God to the flames, meaning because it was Tisha B'Av, and now after the passing of years, the fated day at hand, the 10th of the month of Luz, meaning the Tisha B'Av, the very date which had been burned by the kings of Babylon, now it was their own people who caused it, because when Titus withdrew, the rebels shortly after attacked the Romans again. So when the Romans pulled out to prepare themselves for an attack tomorrow morning, the Jews chased them across here and out of here onto the Har Bayis. Okay? So it's crazy. Now, when Titus withdrawn, the rebels attacked the Romans again, and a clash followed between the guards of the sanctuary and the troops who were putting out the fire inside the court. The latter routed the Jews and followed in hot pursuit into the temple itself. So this was how they got inside. So here we are about midday, roughly, and this had to get into the mamish, the inner part of the Beis HaMikdash, where the Mizbeach, the Kodesh Kodesh, and the Kodesh and all the rest of it is. So it was like, through this fighting back and forth. Now what you're going to see in a second is when the Romans come in, they immediately throw torches. You see? Without waiting for any order, they want to burn the whole thing down. And that's how the Beis HaMikdash burned down. This afternoon. It started and went all day and all night and all that stuff. Then one of the soldiers, the Roman soldiers, without awaiting any orders and with no dread of so momentous a deed, but urged on by a supernatural force, snatched a blazing piece of wood and climbing on the back of another Roman soldier, threw the flaming brand through a low window that gave access on the north side to the rooms that surrounded the sanctuary. So here's the building of the Heichal, and you will perhaps remember from the Mishnah, they used to have ta'im, right? Remember? All those little rooms on the side for different things. And there's like little windows in them, and he threw one into Mamish, the main building where the Kodesh Kodashim is, on the side part, and the office part. And of course that's going to start a fire to burn the whole business down. Okay? So that's what he says, threw his flaming brand through a little window. As the flames shot up, the Jews let out a shout of dismay that matched the tragedy. They flocked to the rescue with no thought of sparing their own lives or husbanding their strength, for the sacred structure they had constantly guarded with such devotion was vanishing before their very eyes. Because you saw the fire take off, and I'll say even another time, it's hot, it's August, July, you know what a fire can do, A runner brought the news to Titus, and he jumped out, and he ran to the temple to say, don't do this. He tried to put out the fire. He was followed by his generals and by the excited legionaries, with shouting and confusion characteristic of a disorganized rush by such a large force. Titus, through voice and raised hand, waved to the combatants to put out the fire, but because he wanted to hold the temple for himself. But his shouts were not heard, as their ears were deafened by the overwhelming din, and his beckoning hand went unheeded amid the distractions of the fight and the avenging fury. No exhortation or threat could restrain the impetuosity of the Roman soldiers, for passion was in supreme command. Okay? So as they were going wild, just killing and destroying everything, just on the spats. Crowded together around the entrance, many Jews were trampled down by their companions, others stumbling on the smoldering and smoke-filled rooms of the porticos died as miserably as the defeated, because notice they ran at Roman soldiers who stabbed them. As they drew closer to the temple, the Roman soldiers pretended not even to hear Titus ordered, but urged the men in front of him to throw in more firebrands. Okay? Burn the place down. The Jews were powerless to help. Carnage and flight spread throughout. Most of the slain were peaceful citizens, weak and unarmed, and they were butchered where they were caught, because I told you before, they didn't realize the gravity of it, and they just showed up the wrong place, the wrong time. When Tisha happened to be, I'm bringing a carbon toda, I'm bringing a carbon and a Katz, whatever it is. You know, they didn't realize the Romans are mamash here, and they ran into the Romans and killed them. The heap of corpses mounted higher and higher around the Mizbeach. A stream of blood flowed down the temple steps, and the bodies of those slain at the top slipped to the bottom. So here, of course, if you look closely, you can see the steps in front of the Heichal, if you look close. And here is the Shir Amal, so you can also see the steps, where the Levites used to sing and all that. So just imagine a river of blood, everybody being stabbed, just going out this way, outside the basin, because it was a battle, it was a massacre, is what it was. This is what Tisha B'Av is. When Titus failed to restrain the fury of his soldiers and the fire could not be checked, he entered the building with his generals and looked at the holy place of the sanctuary and its furnishings, which exceeded by far the accounts current in foreign lands and fully justified their splendid repute in our own. So this is the scene the Gemara describes as Titus going in and stabbing the parochas. But according to Josephus, he went in while the place was burning. He wants to check it and knows, what is this Kodesh? What do the Jews have in there? You know what I mean? Like, what's in their sacred interior and all the rest of it. And he was, according you'll see, he was hoping somehow they could put the fire out, but that wasn't going to happen. Okay? But he saw how chashuv and fancy it was. As the flames had not yet penetrated to the inner sanctum, what you and I call the Kodesh and Kodesh Kodashim, but were consuming the chambers that surrounded the sanctuary, as they said, the To'im, Titus assumed correctly there was time to save the structure. He ran out, and by personal appeals, he endeavored to persuade his men to put out the fire, instructing the centurion of his bodyguard of lancers to club anybody who disobeyed the orders, but their respect for Caesar and fear of the centurion's stick, which was trying to check them, were overpowered by their rage, their detestation of the Jews, and an utterly uncontrolled lust for battle. Okay? Most of them were spurred on, moreover, by the expectation of loot, because they saw the gold and silver, the kesef v'zav, convinced that the interior was full of money, and dazzled by seeing everything around them was gold. But they were forestalled by one of those who entered into the building, and when Caesar dashed out to restrain the troops, notice as soon as Titus ran out and said, "Stop the fire," this guy ran in and threw a fire into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Okay? Pushed the firebrand into darkness in the hinges of the gate, and when the flames suddenly shot up from the interior, Titus and his generals withdrew, because the place is going to go up in a minute, and no one was left to prevent those outside from kindling the blaze. Thus it was in defiance of his wishes the temple was set on fire. Okay? And then he says, while the temple was ablaze, so now we're on Tisha B'Av in midday in the afternoon, and that night, which is tonight, and tomorrow morning. This is the source of the idea that you're not supposed to do stuff till tomorrow morning, okay? Because the burning and the massacre, everything went on all day, especially from midday today, all through tonight, and into the next day. While the temple was ablaze, the attackers plundered it, and countless people were caught by them and slaughtered. There was no pity for age, and no regard for accorded rank. Children and old men, laymen and priests alike were butchered. Every class was pursued and crushed in the grip of war, whether they cried for mercy or offered resistance. So it was a massacre. Through the roar of the flames streaming far and wide, by the way, fire makes a noise, correct? Especially a big fire, it makes a noise. So you heard that, and then you heard everybody screaming, as they getting killed. The groans of the fallen victims were heard. Such was the height of the hill and the magnitude of the blazing pile, that the entire city seemed to be ablaze. And I know it's based on a mountain, so it knows the higher up, everybody can see it and you can hear it. You can hear it. Nothing more deafening or frightening could be imagined. Now, Josephus is writing this. He was in the Roman camp watching this from outside. So he can see the whole place going up in flames, and he can hear the screaming. There was the war cries of the Roman legions as they swept onward en masse. There were the yells of the Jews surrounded by fire and sword. The panic of the people who cut off above fled into the arms of the enemy, and their shrieks as they met their fate. The cries on the hill blended with those of the multitudes in the city below, because anybody who was still left in the Jewish part of Yerushalayim is looking up and seeing the Beis Hamikdash burning in front of their eyes. I mean, imagine what they did. Imagine the screaming that they were doing. So just from terms of noise, it was crazy. And now many people have been exhausted and tongue-tied as a result of hunger when they saw the Beis Hamikdash on fire, found strength to lament and wail. Perea and their surrounding hills, meaning far away. I think you know this, that when you stand in Yerushalayim, you can see the Dead Sea. So in other words, from far away, so imagine what it was like on Tisha B'Av of that year, if you're 20, 30, 40 miles from Yerushalayim. You can see it. You understand? Because it's high up. You've been in Israel, everybody knows what I'm talking about. And it's a terrible sight. So in other words, a guy gets out in the morning, I don't know, Lord or something like this, what the, you can see the smoke and junk like this, and everybody chopped. So that's what it means by Perea. That's the area beyond Jerusalem. The cries in the hills blended with the multitudes above. Many people exhausted. Perea added their echoes, but more horrifying than the din were the sufferings. The Harabayas, everywhere enveloped in flames, seemed to be boiling over from its base. So if you saw the Temple Mount, you'll see a huge fire, and the blood was more abundant than the flames, and the numbers of slain were greater than the numbers of the slayers. You could not see the ground anywhere because of the corpses. The soldiers climbed over heaps of bodies as they chased the fugitives. The Jewish horde managed with difficulty to push through the Romans, some of them, and to break through the outer courts of the Temple Mount from there to the city. So a few, like the Warsaw Ghetto, a few of the soldiers. Here's Jerusalem, here's the Harabayas, obviously, and here's the part the Romans didn't get yet. So some broke through and ran over here and fought for another month. So Tisha B'Av is not the end. It's more like the 9th of Elul. You get down and dirty, okay? But Tisha B'Av is when this happened, the Beis Hamikdash is being destroyed. While the surviving population took refuge in the portico, some of the Kohanim tore from the temple roof the spikes with their lead sockets and threw at the Romans, but subsequently they didn't achieve anything, and as the flames leaped towards them, they withdrew to a wall which was 8 cubits wide and stayed there. However, 2 men of note went in position to save their lives. They went over to the Romans, but they were killed. The Romans, deeming it useless to spare the surrounding buildings now that the temple was in flames, set fire to them all. So in other words, not just this, but the whole business, right? This is the temple itself, as they call it, the Heichal, Now burn the whole business down, okay? So they didn't want to spaz, as they say before. Now that the temple is all was remaining, except 2, which are the east gates and southern gate, both of which were later demolished. So we're not talking about the Kotel here, we're talking about the Beis Hamikdash building itself. They burned also the treasury chambers, which had a lot of money, vast quantities of clothing and other possessions. Here was the general depository of Jewish wealth, which the rich had brought them for safekeeping. They now reached the last surrounding portico, of which there were huddled together poor women and children, a population of about 6,000. And before Titus could decide what to do, the Romans set fire and burned them all, right? As they threw themselves down to be consumed by the blaze. Not a soul escaped. So besides the destruction of the building and all the rest of it, you had like an ocean of blood of the Jews that were there. The people owed destruction to a false prophet who that very day declared to the people that God ordered them to go to the temple, receive signs of deliverance. Maybe true. It's very possible. There's some Navi Sheker who said, today Tisha B'Av is going to be the Yeshua. In other words, we're going to get down, like in the book of Daniel, it'll get down to the last extremity, and then God will intervene. Well, it didn't happen. Okay? Many prophets induced by those days, and so on and so forth. So you see, this is what I just told you is basically the nature of Tisha B'Av, which is obviously pretty bad. That's what we go into when we do today. That's the bias of Sheni. So that's a very different character than the bias Rishon. That's my point, right? Which is just taken, as I say, in cold blood after they surrendered, and a couple weeks later, and this was just a fate that was given out to them. Now we'll go into the Kinos themselves. The first one, as you can see over here, we do over here, the Eichel and Konanu. I think you can all find the page, I assume. And obviously, this is the famous one we remember every year with Yoshiyahu. With Yoshiyahu. every one of these Kinos that we've chosen, at least I've tried, it deals with a theme, right? There are a lot of repetitive ones, but each one deals with a theme. And these are all themes of Tisha B'Av, of Korban. And one of them is this kind of nostalgia business, which is if only, if only, if only. Like it says, Zachar Yerushalayim, B'Me'an Yom Rudol, Kol Machmadel, Asher B'nei Tzar. The Yerushalayim in the bad times remembered the good times. You know, somebody lost all his money, so, oh, but the time I was a millionaire, you know. Right? That makes it worse. So, in Vice Rishon, this is all about the first temple. This is from the poet Kaliri, so therefore he never saw it. This is a poetic, you know, putting together, stitching together of a lot of psukim and gemaras and that sort of business. And here we have the famous story of King Yoshio, but the real problem, of course, is what we just read in the, it's funny, I mean, that's why we read it. What was the Torah reading we just read in Shul? Kisoli banu b'nei bani b'nei Shan Kavaretz v'ishchatem asisem pesel kol tmuna, right? Which means Moshe Rabbeinu already saw. Once you get to Israel, you're going to mess up. Kisoli banu b'nei bani b'nei Shan Kavaretz v'ishchatem asisem Rabbeinu Hashem Allah hachiso, and you're going to do lahachas. That's pretty bad, okay? And of course, this is exactly what happened. In fact, it didn't even take as long as Moshe predicted. He said, "Soli bana b'nei banim." You and I know the whole trouble started about 14 years after the death of Moses. And one of the big problems is that, as I think we all know, the Jewish people eventually changed into a monarchy. Correct? It used to be the Shoftim, and then switched to a monarchy. Each period had its own problems, and remember, there's a famous apartment. The prophet Samuel said, "Don't go for a king; it's a bad idea. Kings will mess things up." And the apartment says, "The kings, by definition, mess things up." It says in 613 we have a king, so that's a kasha. But generally speaking, the kings took the people down, not up. The vast majority of the kings in the north and the south were bad news. I mean, really bad news. And such bad news that by the time you get to Yoshiyahu, you'll perhaps remember the story that they found the Sefer Torah, and he said, "What's this?" Remember? They excavated. He was 8 years old when he became king. His father was bad news. His grandfather was bad news. I mean, really bad news. These people were into Gilerai, Shvikadon, Bodazar. Shivasa B'Talmud, may I remind you, it commemorates, they put a tzelem in the Heichel, they put an idol in the Kodesh HaKadosh, and that's Jews. As the Menashe and Melch Yehuda. Okay? It's not from the Romans or the Babylonians. It's the Jews. Okay? And that Noah is the great-great-grandson of David HaMelech. So the kings of Yehuda, most of them, not all, most of them were bad news. And I mean, they corrupted everybody else. So it was such an era in history. It's a very sad one. And the destruction of the Bayis region is described in the Tanakh, in Malachim and Divrei Yamim, as a culmination. You know, take a look and read about it. He says, you know, then he destroyed everything, and he gave a lot of warnings beforehand, and he sent a bunch of novies, and nobody would listen, you know. So finally God said, I had up to here. But I mean, it's not like they didn't have a warning for a long time. So you ended up with a situation where you had a succession of 4 bad kings. It's Ochaz, Menashe, Amon, and then Yehoiakim. And they were pathological, okay? Because, listen, everybody wants to do an Aveira once in a while. Yeah, everybody wants to eat a ham sandwich. I understand that. But why do you want to go and put an idol in the Kodesh HaKadosh? You get what I'm saying? No, that's beyond. Why do you want to kill somebody else who's from? You get it? If you want to do something yourself, I get that. Why do you want to burn every single Sefer Torah, which they did do? That's pathological, like I said before. You want to go and party, it's your business. But you want to go and destroy everything? And I'm not even giving the whole story. So, between these 4 kings, they basically crushed out Judaism. And the Churban would have come right down in there. And then, what do you call it? The king was assassinated, Amon, and after 2 years, and his son was on the throne, 8 years old, that's Yoshiyahu. And obviously he wasn't born from, but something turned him on at the age of 16. It's not 100% clear what. And by the age of 20, he had flipped and launched a whole campaign against idolatry. That's one of the Haftorahs we read, you know. And when you read, when he got rid of this, he got rid of that, he got rid of that, you said the whole country was chock full of idols, which is the truth. And znus and all the other stuff. So, this is the famous story of Yoshiyahu. I've always theorized, if you look at the years, that he lived at a time when the empire of Assyria, of Ashur, which was dominating the Jews and wiped out the 10 tribes of the north and would have destroyed the base image, came that close to doing so in time of Sancherib, then in his time, the empire of Ashur disintegrated for certain reasons. They're surprise attack by Babylon. Just like you and I remember 30 years ago, the Soviet Union just disintegrated. It was a shock, right? Nobody counted on that.
No shot fired.
What's that? Yeah, right, no shot fired, exactly. So the same thing happened in the time of Yoshio, and probably somebody told him like this, you start keeping Shabbos, and Russia will disappear or something like that, and it happened. So whatever it is, he went on this whole campaign. The problem is, and this we know today from America, it's no use to have a war on drugs. It's no use to have a war on, fentanyl, booze, this, that, and pornography. So if the people want it, you can't stop it. You get it? If the people want it, then you're not going to be able to get rid of it. So, but some people have this mentality that we have to try to stamp it out. So Yoshio was of that type, and he said we have to stamp it out using his royal authority. And of course it didn't work. That's the famous story we all heard, that they hid the idols behind the doors. Which is like today, the cops can come in and confiscate every bit of drugs in Baltimore tonight, but by tomorrow night, it'll be there. You see, this is the nature of the human beast. So, therefore, the story of Yoshio is a tragedy, and he was killed in battle, as it says over here, we'll see in a second. And so when this is a kind of from nostalgia, which is not really very well based, but it's understandable, because it sounds like if he hadn't been killed, the Beis Hamikdash would not be destroyed. But that assumes if he hadn't been killed, they would have stamped out the idols. I mean, we'll never know. But he was in the throne for 30-some years, and it didn't work because the people wanted the idols. So how do you get rid? How do you make them not want to have it? This is the big problem. Okay. Now again, this is a poem, a Kinos that we're going to say. And it says, by the way, that in the book of Malachim, that when he was killed, so they say Kinos for him, by Conan Yirmiyahu is Yoshio, that the prophet Yirmiyahu said Kinos for the dead king. Some claim that that's identical with parts of the book of Eicha, others not, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that he was the rare case of a from king. Okay, rare case, because his kids weren't like that at all. They're worse than it. They're worse than the ones with Yehoiakim was beyond. I'm not going to say in the show what he did. beyond. Look up in the Gemara Sanhedrin, and therefore this is a poetic kind of business. Say if only this guy was still here, we wouldn't have those problems today. I bet you a lot of people in Israel say if Begin was here, Ben Gurion here, you wouldn't have all this riots and stuff going on. That kind of talk. You understand? Whether right or wrong. And so, as you see, he said, that he was 8 years old when he started to become from Hechel. He started to become from. Well, I mean, it's not exactly true. It means when he was 8 years on the throne. And he was killed by the Bnei Cham, which means, I think you all know this because it's not the first time we've done this. He made a very bad foreign policy decision. According to Chazal, the prophet Yirmiyahu told him not to do it. So, but he didn't agree. So obviously that means he figured, you tell me the frum stuff, but the foreign policy and national security, I handle. And of course, basically, with the state of Israel, if there was a war between America and Russia, would the Israeli army intervene? Not if they know what's good for them, right? If there's a war between China and somebody, the little countries get out of the way. And so at that time there was a war they actually set the battlefield in North Syria between the brand new Babylonian Empire, Nebuchadnezzar, and the Egyptians, who should be top dog in the Middle East. So basically, what does it matter to the Jews? Because the Jews are never destined to be top dog in the Middle East. Even today we don't want that. We just want to be left alone. if the kingdom of Yehuda would just have its own independence and have a Beis Hamikdash, and they can practice their own religion, nobody's bothering them, what more do you want? Do you want to rule Syria? Do you want to raise your hand if you want to rule Iraq? You know, why would you want to do that? And so the prophet Yirmiyahu told him, don't get involved in this war. It's a big mistake. Because you have nothing to gain and everything to lose. Of course, he didn't listen. He got killed in the battle. So that's what it said. B'nei Cham bar Mechaber Los Go Sigma Fol. That the B'nei Cham, that's Egypt, because Egypt is supposed to be descended of Mitzrayim, it's from Cham. Right? Gam B'chol Malach Yisrael Shem Kam B'lig Dol Kam Victor. He was the greatest person since Moses. Again, it's a poem. Dava B'chet Litzonei Ador Shekamach Ezel Lizdor. And what took him down, now this is a religious interpretation, okay? Because really what took him down was he made a mistake in not, in not listening. I mean, he made as we would say today, a fatal foreign policy mistake. No, but what's the meta-historical reason? Because the sins of his generation, the Leitzoni Ador, who hid the idols, they hid the idols behind the door. As I said today, people hide the drugs or whatever it is that's contraband because it's in their interest to do so. Right? And then we have the image of his body, which they say was pierced by all these arrows. So you tell me what that's like in a battlefield. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but what happens when a body's dead? It's already turning blue, and then it's full of all this junk. So it turned dark and disgusting. And God did not whisper us in. And again, this is all poetry. His words were pure. Notice he meant well in his mind. He thought he's doing a frum thing. He thought he's being making the dust. He's fulfilling what the Torah required. When it says Zar Shelakim Zos, because the Torah says that cursed be the one that doesn't try to uphold the Torah. He certainly did. But he was taken down by the bad Jews, meaning their sins. The Egyptians said, what are you getting involved in this battle for? It says this in the book of Melachim. The Egyptians said, get out of the way, pipsqueak. I'm going to fight the Russian army. What are you in the way? You get it? And as I said before, what does it matter to the Jews? This one will be the superpower, or this one will be the superpower? I mean, at the end of the day, if they would leave the state of Israel alone, what do they care if it's America or Russia or China or something like that? Either way, Israel's not going to be a world power, nor are they looking to be. Okay, I mean, that's not our destiny. We Jews have been around for over 3,000 years, and we've never been large in number. And the prophets in the Bible say over and over again, the destiny of the Klal Yisrael is not to be great in the military sense or imperial sense or something like that. It's got to be in the qualitative sense, in the cultural sense, in the religious sense. So that's a different agenda. You understand? That's like Switzerland. Get it? Just do your thing and don't get involved in all the other business. They didn't listen. Okay? So Mali Valachi Yom, what are you in the way for? And you're going to be punished for preventing me from fulfilling the desire of the worker. And he tried to stop them when they're marching towards Syria. The Gemara tells the story because the Gemara itself is trying to figure out what the Tanakh doesn't say, which is why was he so dumb to do this? And they say in the Gemara that he thought, it says Kerev Saber B'Ephraim, a sword should not pass through, a foreign sword shouldn't pass. But I'll say again, but if the prophet Yirmiyahu is saying like this is different, so what did he do that for? But he did it, and it took him down. He didn't listen to the prophet to go back. And since they were hiding the idols behind the door, they didn't listen to the prophet Jeremiah. He's the one associate. He lived in Anatot. And they wouldn't turn their face to retreat, and therefore that was a mistake. They finished them off. And I only call attention over here to the story, which is not in the Tanakh, where it says, with his last breath, as the eyes were closing, he was shot by one arrow after another arrow. According to this, he was hit by 300 arrows. That's got to be a superstition. I mean, an exaggeration. But he's hit by arrows, and they heard him say, Ruach Svasa Vivsim Piu, Tzadik Hashem Rasbiu. That Tzadik Hashem knows I did wrong. Well, it's too late at that point. You understand? I did wrong. And therefore he goes on to say, Sisi Nov Kikine Zam, so you Egyptians can be happy now. Sham Tam Kesem Atovim Zupapasham, by Konin Olo Kalecha Yom. And that's why they have the Eicha. That's the original, in other words, the original Eicha. So according to this way of thinking, even if the Eicha that we have today that we read is not identical with the original Kina, but the custom of Kinos starts with the death of Josiah. Understand? They picked that up for Tisha B'Av, but the model by Conan Yirmiyahu Yoshio, and that's why we say this one. Okay, now we'll read it. Okay, the next one we're going to do, as you see, is Zohar Sharasa Atzar B'Fnim. Again, this is a poem. You understand when I say it's a poem, in other words, the Kalir, the author, was not there. He's just evoking what he read and the different traditions of the Jewish people. And here the big theme is chilul, profaning, shame. You understand? It's like a rape. All the things that you want to protect turn the other way around. And there's nothing that they couldn't get into and destroy and profane. And that's like a big shame, which is the truth. And the classic representation of this is the story in the Gemara where Titus comes in with his own and stabs the Parokas and it bleeds. And in other words, can't get in more deep into the Jewish stuff. In fact, the Gemara even says he thought he stabbed God, with the blood. So in other words, there's nothing the Jews have that I didn't mess over. Forget? I got to everything you didn't want me to get to. Remember, Titus came in and lifnei v'lifnim into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, where nobody's allowed to go in on it, and he did it anyway. And he unsheathed his sword and entered into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and he struck terror through the land of our heritage when he desecrated the showbread. So what does this mean? if you're ties, we just read before, the whole invasion of the temple was unexpected. It had to do with the fighting that was going on like crazy back and forth every year. And so when he finally got in here, it's only because the Romans chased the Jews inside, and 10 minutes ago they're doing the avoda, and now the whole Roman army's here suddenly. And that means that you go to, if he goes to Kodesh Kodashim, you got to go through the Kodesh. What's in the Kodesh? Well, you know, there's 3 items there, isn't that right? The one's the menorah, and one's the golden altar, the Mizbech Hazav, and one is the showbread, like lechem upon him. So you tell me, if he's going in the Kodesh, what does he do when he walks by the lechem upon him? You know, and you know, meaning this idea of a chilul, you understand? So, Gita Parochas Balashtei Panim. So first he was matam the lechem upon him, then he sliced the parochas in half. Yisomim. And let me ask you a question. Did he go in, like the Gemara says, you know, did he go into Kodesh Kodashim like the Kohen Gadol go through this curtain and this curtain, you know? He just cut his way in. Yisomim go b'malkim modam. And he killed all these Yisomim, like we read in Josephus with the Vayimadi Kavah Maria Damdam. They measured him along the line. That's a story. They made a dog midam, and his arrows were drunk with blood, which means they shot, you know, thousands of Jews, which is the truth. So the arrows are, so to speak, drunk with blood. Let me put it this way. Tell me after the battles, you know, when it's all over, it's all over. So then, 2 days, 3 days later, think about this. So what's the base image look like? A smashed up, bashed up place. And what do you do with these tens of thousands of dead bodies, all the rest of them? That's called burial detail, correct? Burial detail. And what do these guys do? They go and schlep all the bodies, and you know and you can't bury, you know, so you have to pull the arrow out and throw them in a ditch, you know, in a grave, some common type graves. Otherwise, you get disease, correct? Especially in July. And so you're pulling out a belt of arrows, and they're all covered with blood. You see? Now this is the scene, okay? He walked out himself with his sword covered with blood, according to the story. Meaning he stabbed the parochas and it bled. That's a nace. He did it. You know, so but the arrows were not a nace. That was dead people. That he stretched out his hand, okay, and was trying to kill everybody with the evil plans. He thought, I mean, he actually thought he stabbed God. I mean, that's the story in the Gemara. Noto el yodo. He didn't have, so notice, let's put it this way. Besides the fact that it's a story, what kind of chutzpah is that? You know what I'm saying? No, so again, I repeat, this is chilul. There's nothing that you hold kodesh at all that I can't profane. Even, you know, the room where your God is located. And who takes on, you know, things like that? Well, they did. They did. That's the story. Mitzrayim b'cholom in bom l'gavar ani b'sochi b'oretz gavar. Maybe Egypt couldn't beat the Jews, and maybe the earlier, you know, kings and stuff like that couldn't beat the Jews, but I can, right? Ani b'sochi v'oyu oretz gavar. Avasin v'zarkech nisa b'chorosh. And the poet says, what a chilul this was. We all know that there was a time when none of an Aviv made one little slip up and they got killed because of the sanctity of the Mishkan, correct? Avosenu, back in the time Moshe Rabbeinu, Zara Kichnisu Bachurav, when his chosen ones, none of an Aviv, brought in an Eish Zara, Ochleish. So how come a fire didn't come? No, let's put it this way. That's not how the movie should go. Titus should walk into Kodesh Kodashim and go like this, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, right? Then a fire should come and consume him. That would be the way it should go. And it wasn't. You see? And this son of a gun, he brought in the Zona, because in other words, first of all, he stabbed the pearl. Second of all, he did it right in front of the Kodesh Kodashim. All this is to show, you know, contempt. So how come a fire didn't burn him down? Right? The slave nation stoked the fires. And how come in the house of fire, the fire didn't come down? But now and now he's just poetically evoking correctly. So then what happens? You have the Roman triumph. No, they take all the booty and the spoils. I think many people, if you've ever been in Rome, they show you that the Colosseum was built with the money from the Beis Hamikdash. So they took out a wealth of goods. You understand? Including to them the klisharis. So you say, how can you touch a klisharis? You know, a spoon, a fork, and that's this kodesh and kedusha and this, that, and the other. Not to them, it's just a fork. You see? And eventually they sold it or melted it down to use the money to build the Colosseum. So, Benasho Tavadasi Klisharis. Our souls departed in those. We felt terrible when we saw them carry off the Klisharis. Besoma Bo'oni Shai Klisharis, and they put them on a ship to send them to Rome. Oreinu Noma Keshkim Misharis. And our skin melted away in agony when the Kohen showed up. Now this is poetic. Keshkim Misharis V'Lamotza Dishim Klisharis. Notice, what was it like the day after when the Kohen Gadol, now the Kohen Gadol's dead, but what happens when the Kohen Gadol wakes up the next morning and he goes and he doesn't see the Klisharis and basically he says, what's going on over here? Because every day you have the Carbon Tomid and the Avoda and the Nesachem and all the rest of it and the Ketores, and where is it? And then we have the side of the Chil of the women, because it was massive violation, mass rape. The women are screaming as the enemy comes in, but Karka Bais now as they trample into the temple with their boots. Sarim Lupasik of both parts of Base Kodesh Godim Tzapna Hishritz. And we know, as I said before, the Titus even extended his stancha. What it means is, to be in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So again and again, you have this evocation. Bachurim ibachutz so muchzokim. And outside stand the Bachurim, but Torah Yuzak Bashishim Riba Mazikim. And they thought that, this is really true, they thought that Titus will be struck down by 600,000 Mazikim. Meaning, they thought it'd be a miracle, like I said, fire will come down. This has to be the case. Because how were they fighting, the last days when you're at the 1 yard line, they're about to get a touchdown, but what's the plan? They clearly had to believe, convince themselves, that at the last minute there's going to be some kind of divine intervention. And there wasn't. Okay? And the Zakanim were all panicked because they saw that God was, his hands were tied. Who also ben Ezekim is a famous pasuk that we call today Hester Panim. You understand? Another way of describing Hester Panim is that God is helpless. Also ben Ezekim. His hands are tied in chains. Because if you're seeing the Romans coming there, so it's a chil Hashem. Not just a chil of the Beis Hamikdash, not just a chil of the Jewish women, not just a chil of the Jewish people. It's a chil Hashem. Because why isn't God intervened? Shabbos says of Admon, Bavel left and Rome showed up. Admon and others from Edom, Vayisabi B'chom Vayav surrounded the wall and shocked everybody. Nofla Evra Al Nine Pitzel Bom Al Ki Nutash Midok Armon. And he said, what happened to the fact that Yaakov did that thing with the spotted and speckled, and so if he was able to do these things, how come our people couldn't do anything like that? Al Pesach Arbayis. So again and again, this chilul. Al Pesach Arbayis Heichel Lobo Biararosh Shadavso Achrivo. And here's the famous story that you and I called the Kosal Maravi. That he came with 4 generals, right? Figured out how to destroy the temple. Al Tzad Maravi Zechesibel. He only left the Kosal Maravi, Tzad Maravi. But everything else he destroyed, and nobody stopped him. Right? Nobody stopped him. Therefore, the poet turns to God, and he says, obviously, you were angry, and you gave reshus for the enemy to clean out the whole Beis Hamikdash. I don't understand why the children died. They weren't sinners. Right? If you tell me the wicked people died is one thing, but the Yeladim, this is something we'll see later with the Crusades. How come the Goyim could carry on and you didn't do anything? Okay? You didn't do anything. Why don't you at least stop the children? We all know the famous story that they put the kids on the boat to take them to Rome and they jumped off the ship, commit suicide. So how come you let that happen? So the Khaliri here is already talking a little bit like that. And here's the story of the suicide, that they jumped off the ship saying that we'll get to Olam Haba, it's a famous discussion, and they said, Hashiveinu Hashem Alecha Neshuva. No, meaning like this, bring us back to Chiyas HaMesim. Hashiveinu, Shivu, they prayed. Kibo B'nim Chayam, as they were drowning in the sea. V'shivlam Yachalim Payam, they joined together to jump in the water. Shir Tishbach and Shor Kal Yam Ki Alecha Ragdim Mitzulich Yom. and they jumped off saying Tehomas, to use modern language. Ki Tehomas bo ad nafsham. So think about them, the kids, that they went down in the depths. And as they were drowning, they said, "We haven't forgotten you, O Lord." They obviously placed their hopes at the Ol Miboshan, right? Hashem will bring it back on Boshan. But the Baskol answers and he says, why are you sleeping? That's a double entendre. Knows, why don't you intervene, O Lord, or something like this? Or God is saying, why were you asleep at the switch and not keeping the Torah? Now we'll recite this. Okay. Guess I have to hold this. It'll fall off. It's unplugged? I have no idea. The next keynote we're going to do, I told you each one has to do with themes, is primarily about starvation and cannibalism. Okay, one of the terrible features of the siege of Jerusalem, of course, was the starvation and the fact that people end up doing cannibalistic acts. The reasons are simple. I'll use a phrase that you'll immediately identify. There were three people, as the Gemara says, each one had food and other supplies, and they all burned each other down. Babi Kafna. And there was a starvation. So even the Gemara talks about that, although not in great detail. But Josephus, of course, does. And so does Eicha, correct? Where he says very famously that those who die by the sword are luckier than those who perish by starvation. Right? Yeah, right. So the worst part of this is, now we're going to read a Kino, which is, again, is a poem. So it's poetic in that they leave things out. The worst part about the starvation was that the Jews did it one to the other. That's the point. And when the Romans surrounded the city, after a while they tightened the siege, and then you had starvation. And again, it's June, July, August. It's that time of the year, so you can imagine what it's like. I don't think it's a problem with food, but with water, but it's a terrible problem with food. And what do you do when there's no food? Chas v'shalom, we should never know of such a thing in America. This is a country the opposite of that. But you know and I know there are countries and times and places where there have been starvation. And not long ago was with the Holocaust, in which people, I said 100 times, my father or Usher, all these people were down to skin and bones when the war was over, and they barely made it even then. Okay? Every year I say the story, my father was in Dachau, and in the bunk, two people, they had to break up a fight, two people were choking each other, each one trying to kill the other. And they broke up the fight, and it was a father and a son. And the reason is because the son had stolen the piece of bread of the father, and the father wanted to kill him. Understand? So, ordinarily, it's unthinkable. When it comes to starvation, it's a new ball game. You just cannot judge anybody because you don't know what it's like. Okay? So, Josephus puts it, in a very vivid way, that when the Romans, really tightened the search, so then people started to try to leave town, obviously. For the wealthy, it was just as fatal to remain in the city, because on the pretext that a person was a deserter, many was killed for the sake of his property. As the famine grew worse, the frenzy of the insurgents, of the Jews, kept pace with it, and every day, both these horrors burned more fiercely. Look, Jerusalem was held during the siege by what we call the Biryonim in the Gemara. In Josephus, you see in detail, there are like 3 or 4 separate leaders. Each one had his own soldiers, his own mafia, if you want to call it that. And these are the people who held Jerusalem against the Romans. And they hated each other as much as they hated the Romans. And the truth is, more Jews were killed by other Jews in this war than were killed by the Romans. Certainly prior to Tisha B'Av, when it was a big massacre. And that's pretty bad what I just said. So, as we know right now, as I'm speaking at this very moment, in Israel, there's always a danger. It shouldn't turn into a civil war, Ehud Barak said, let's have a civil war. These guys are nuts. Because we Jews know how to do a civil war. Unfortunately, we know how to do it very well. And if all you have to do is read this and find what one Jew to another, I'll say it again, one Jew to another, and you realize what a terrible danger always lies over our heads. That we have a monster within us that has to be suppressed. So it's particularly scary. This is the year 2023. I mean, it's pretty bad. And so as he says over there, the famine grew worse and worse. And if there's a famine and there are soldiers, especially 3 or 4 separate armies, they're going to grab every morsel of food they can for themselves. Mm-hmm. And what about you? Heck with you, right? What if it's an old lady or something like this? Too bad. And so, since nowhere was food to be found, men would break into houses. If they found some, they mistreated the occupants for denying their possession of it. And if they found none, they would torture the occupants as if they had concealed it more carefully. Proof whether one had food or not was provided by the physical appearance of the wretches. Those who still in good conditions obviously were deemed to be well provided with food. Those who were already wasting away were passed over because it was pointless to kill people who were going to soon die of starvation anyway. Many secretly bartered their possessions for a single measure of wheat if they were rich, and barley if they were poor. And that is a famous story in the Gemara. Remember in Kamsa Bar Kamsa, remember the rich lady, right? She, with the dumb servant, right? So by the time it was over, there was no food. And she threw all her money and said, what's the point? She was willing to pay $1 million for a piece of bread. Who wouldn't? And then they shut themselves in the darkest corners of their houses, the extremity of hunger. They ate their grain unground while others baked it, guided by necessity and fear. So this is really starving, but you don't even have the time to bake bread. You're so hungry. I'll say it again. Thank God we don't know of this. But we know people went through this. Okay? I think we knew, my generation at least, knew people who went through these kind of experiences. And hunger is, turns you into a different person. I mean, extreme hunger turns you into a different person. Nowhere was a table laid. The food was snatched half-cooked from the fire and torn into pieces to eat right away. So you see a starving family, and somebody got a whole little bit of wheat, and they baked half the bread, and then they pull it out while it's still dough, and everybody's grabbing their piece over there because what a nebuch, what are they supposed to do? They're desperate. Kids, the old people, the regular people. Pitiful was the fair and worthy of tears, the spectacle, because the strong always had more than enough. The weak could always whimper. In other words, in that kind of situation, it becomes like a jungle, correct? If I'm stronger than you, and you're old and I'm young, and you got food, I'm going to knock you down and take it away from you. What are you going to do to me? You see? All human emotions yield to hunger. That's a true statement. All human emotions yield to hunger. And nothing is it so destructive as shame. What at other times would claim respect is a time of famine treated with contempt. That's the story I told you about with the father and the son. Thus it was that wives snatched the food from their husbands, children from the fathers, and mothers out of the very mouths of their infants, because they were going crazy with hunger, even though it would starve the kid. While the dearest ones were dying in their arms, they did not hesitate to deprive them of the life-giving morsels. But this way of satisfying their hunger did not go unnoticed. Wherever the Jewish soldiers hovered, ready to snatch away even these pickings, whenever they saw a house with locked doors, why is the house locked? They concluded that those inside were taking food and busted in. They forced out the bits of food from their jaws and brought them up again. They beat up old women who were clutching their victuals. They dragged women by the hair as they concealed what was in their hands. They had no pity for gray hairs or infants, but they picked them up as they clung to their scraps and dashed them on the ground. If anyone anticipated their entry by gulping down what they hoped to seize, they were more savage, as if they had been defrauded. These are Jews on Jews. One would shudder hearing of the methods of torture they devised in their search for food. They blocked with vetch the orifices of their bodies and drove sharp stakes up their posteriors. They inflicted on people torments untold, just to make them admit that they had a loaf of bread or the hiding place of a handful of barley meal. It was not that the tormentors were hungry that would explain it, but they were keeping up their reckless passions and providing supplies for themselves to use in coming days. Again, men who crawled out, you get the idea. And therefore, as he calls it over here, he witnessed the utter degradation of the Jewish race. The utter degradation. Now, again, it's cause of the circumstances, but the utter degradation. So somebody who is a Talmud Chacham, they're going to do things now that you would never imagine, you see, because he's faced with a different situation. It's impossible to give a detailed account of these enormities, but can sum it up by saying no other city ever endured such miseries, and no generation fathered so much crime. In the end, they even disparaged the Hebrew race to make them look less impious if they treated strangers than they owned themselves the dregs of humanity. So, the Gemara says the same thing. Because the Gemara says that Yochanan ben Zakkai, once it was a starving, he said either go out and fight them, or then give up the battle now. Otherwise, you're just subjecting people to all this suffering. Now, you and I know the Biryanim not only didn't listen to him, they were prepared to stab his body. Correct? When they took him out. So, there's a lot of things you read in Josephus, but if you know the Gemara, or Officer of Nosson and other places, it's the same thing. You get it? So, these people took down the whole business. The Beis HaMikdash, Yerushalayim, the starving, and all the rest of it, it is what it is. And of course, you have even the story as the time went on. You get to the month of Av, because the siege had started in April, let's say, right after Pesach. By the time you get to Av, the famine was worse and worse, and people are dropping everywhere. Meanwhile, the countless numbers fell victims to the famine in the city. The sufferings were unspeakable. In every home, the very shadow of food led to conflict, and the closest relatives came to blows, snatching from each other any pitiful means of sustenance. Not even the dying were believed to be in want of food, and even those expiring were searched by the brigands as in case they had any food in their clothes and were pretending to be dead. The desperate Jewish soldiers stumbled and staggered around like mad dogs, open-mouthed, with hunger, battering at the doors like drunken men in their helpless confusion, bursting in the same house 2 or 3 times in the same hour. Necessity drove them to gnaw, to G-N-A-W, to gnaw everything, and objects that even the filthiest dumb animals would look at, they picked up and ate. In the end, they were eating belts and shoes, because you got to put something in your mouth. You get it? You got it. Now, to us, we can't conceive it. You can conceive it, right? You feel you got to eat something, even though it's going to be poison for you. They stripped off the leather from their shields and gnawed at it. Some tried to live off scraps of old hay, and there were people who collected stalks and sold a tiny bunch for 4 drachmas. So that's the story of the rich lady in Yerushalayim. That the worst kind of bread she wasn't real. Why should I go on to describe the inanimate things that hunger made them ashamed of? I'll describe an act that even the Greeks don't have in their history, right? And There was a woman named Miriam, daughter of Elazar, who lived in a village in Beis Suva, Beis Azov, distinguished family of fortune. She fled with the rest of the people of Jerusalem. She was stuck in the siege. Most of her property she packed up and brought with her had been plundered by the tyrants, by the Jews. In other words, the remnants of her treasure were stolen every day by their henchmen. Full of indignation, the woman kept on cursing and abusing the extortioners and aroused their anger, but no one would do anything to her. They let her starve. While hunger ravaged her internal organs and marrow and age consumed her still further, she yielded to the promptings of fury and necessity and defied nature itself. Seizing her baby, a babe at the breast, she said, "Poor baby, why should I keep you alive amidst war, famine, and civil strife? We will only face slavery with the Romans, even if we survive until they arrive. But famine will forestall slavery, and the rebels are more cruel than either, the Jews. Come, be my food, an avenging omen for the partisans and to the world, the only tale yet untold of Jewish misery." And she killed her kid, she roasted him, she ate half and concealed the rest. When the soldiers came in and smelled the odor, and they threatened that unless she produced what she prepared, they kill on the spot, she said, "No problem." She said she had a fine helping for them, and she disclosed the remnants of her child. Does he want the rest of it? Here, have it. Overcome with instant horror and stupefaction, they stood immobile at the sight. She said, "This child is my own, and this deed is my own. Come and do so. Don't be softer than a woman or more tender-hearted than a mother, but if you are pious and don't approve of it, then let me have the rest." So they left trembling, cowards for once, though with some reluctance. The whole city talked of this abomination, and everybody saw the tragedy and shuddered as if the crime were his own. The starving people desired to die. They envied those who had gone before, and what do you call it, seeing neither or heard of these horrors. Now this is not 100% true, because you had the same thing in Bais Rishon, as they're going to read, Yedei Noshim Rachmanios Bishlo Yadeim. That's, I mean, I know the drushes and the words, but it means people cook their own children. Okay? So the Jews were reduced to cannibalism. May I say, this is exactly in the Torah. I mean, it says that. Okay? So no, it's not a shock. So Josie was just, being flowery. But, I mean, it's happened, and I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure it must have happened in the Holocaust somewhere or other. Things like this when people were in super, super bad shape, because you can't judge anybody when they're driven crazy by hunger. And this happened, and that's what this next Kinos is all about, which is the starvation and especially the tortures of the kids. And alalai li, if this all happens, woe to me. So he said, if women eat their children, alalai li. If they cook their kids who beforehand, mothers, they used to take them, how do you go to the doctor? To get him, what's the right word? Measured? Right? A little kid, you take him to the doctor. Where's he holding in the weight? Where's he holding in the thing? They used to go and lovingly, measure them and all this, and now they eat them. Into Gozim Pas Roshim, or the women that they tied their hair to or girls, they tied their hair to the horses and dragged them. Or the baby dying because no milk for the mother. He's trying to nurse, there's nothing there. Okay? The kid's tongue cleaves to the palate. It's a baby. Okay? They just published last year, maybe 2 years ago, some Holocaust memoir that nobody knew about. And some guy was writing, I think it was the worst I get, but I don't remember where. And he said, the Germans shot the mother, and then they left, and you see the babies and just crawling around. Has no idea. It's a very tough scene. Or if the women get together to make a cartel of how to eat their own children, which is a story you have in the Tanakh, in the book of Malachim, right? The siege of Shomron, when he went to Elisha. Or they get together and they say, "Give me your son, I want to chop him into pieces." Or if people end up eating their parents in caves, this is a famous medrash from the Bar Kochba rebellion. See, this is the poet, he's pulling from everywhere. It's a medrash we're going to do later in the afternoon. In the aftermath of the Bar Kochba rebellion, after Beitar fell, which was on Tisha B'Av, so the survivors are hiding these caves. You go to Israel, they show you Bar Kochba caves, right? And they show you some of them. And the Romans basically starved them out in the cave. And the story in the Medrash is that some guy they say like this, we're starving to death over here, but there are all these dead bodies lying outside, so let's schlep one inside and eat it tonight, so we shouldn't die. I mean, if it's a dead body anyway, which, by the way, halakhically you could do, right? I mean, I hate to say it, but halakhically you could do that. And the long and the short is the guy ended up afterwards saying he ate his father. That's the body they pulled in. That's the story that matters. Turned out to be his father. That's what he says over here. He says, if the girls are expiring, as some other holds in where you see the bloated bodies of the children, like Jeremiah says in the Eicha, wandering through the cities. You can see all this today on YouTube. Just go through the Warsaw Ghetto, right? I think you know what I'm talking about. The stuff is there now. You see bloated children and they. When I was a kid, they showed in TA. You see people just dropping. You understand? Because plenty of people in the ghettos simply die from starvation. Okay. Again, miscarriage of womb, dryness of breast, and the mother's crying over the dead children. And here, if you have a situation, that's the story we all know. They went to the Arabs. Remember, they gave them the odot, the wine skins. Is that it? With the air in it. Into hot nerucham b'meim luchem the fuchim, same thing. They gave them salty food and they drink this water. Blew them up. In tamat me'elf me'ah if the numbers go down from 1,000 to 10, in other words, 90% casualties. If you have thousands of young Kohanim being massacred, as we read before in Josephus, if people are burned alive, as we just read before, on Tisha B'Av, some were stabbed and killed, and plenty of them were in spots, and they were just burned by the flames. Okay? And if people, as he says over here, are dying from the smell, you understand? Because the Romans would put out food. This is what you do in a siege, by the way. You're starving, and I have a big meal of food outside, and it makes it even worse for you. So people just die from that. You see, that's in a war. You do that. If you have hundreds of baby brains smashed on a rock, that happened. That they were told in Beitar. Okay, so as you see his rocket, it's all red. It's Tisha Kabin Mokin of children. To Kana Shlosh Meis Yonkim Al Shochachas, the Sukhim, same idea. They have 300 things on a pit. In Tirana Rakas Anuga Bulls Ayat Vachim, you see the children marched off by the Babylonians, the kids. And let me put it this way: if their kids are 5 and 6 years old, they ain't making it. You get it? You got to be. How many Americans made it through the Bataan? Very few. Okay? And those were supposed to be healthy guys. You take a kid, and you say you're walking through Yerushalayim, and you're not getting, they're going to go somewhere along the line. You see, so so you're looking at it like the prophet Yirmiyahu, and you say, I know where you're all going to end up soon. In Tishkab and the mass rapes, the young people, the teenagers dying from thirst. So one scene after another of horror. So basically the idea goes like this. So why'd you let this happen? So and a voice from heaven said like this: yeah, you tell me all the bad things I did, but you won't admit the sins that you did, You're like bad neighbors. When you have a bad neighbor, some people have this, why'd you do this and this? I didn't do it, you did it to me. Right? No neighbor admits that they're wrong. So you're shchenim rhyme. You're telling me what I did wrong to you, God says. You didn't tell me what you did wrong to me. Yeah, you talk about women eating children, all that, which is true. What about your heart English but the murders that you committed, like of Zachar and Yos, that you don't talk about. You see? So it ends with a bitter note. Now we'll recite this Kinos. Here it is. The next one is, of course, Asar Malchus, as we all know, we say all the time, twice a year, once on Yom Kippur, once on Tisha B'Av. This is already not from the Khalir, this is already from the Middle Ages, you can tell by the style. And as we'll see in a minute, in the Middle Ages you had the Crusades, and therefore it became a big thing to write about poems about the martyrs. Okay, and the original ones, this was Asar Malchus, even though it's not exactly true, because everybody knows, you know, these are people who died over a period of 70, 80 years in different times and places. But taken as a whole, the theme is true. And the theme is, you know, the killing of Gedolim, let's put it that way, to use that expression. As a matter of fact, let me put it this way. Why is Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai famous? Because he saved some, right? Otherwise, they all would get killed. So, if the Klal Yisrael loses all their Gedolei Torah, then they're really in bad shape. So that's what's going on over here. Plus, how should I put it? When you see tzaddikim getting killed, so it's a big taina on God. Tzaddik Barolo, Rosh Hashanah. Even Moshe Rabbeinu, after he persuaded God to do the golden calf and let the Jews live, and he was surprised, because God said, Hashem and all that, and he was confused, and he said, well, Hodinas Brachecha, knows, let me see, and Hashem said, no, you can't see, right? And you can't figure that one out. And so therefore, nobody can blame somebody who became, you know, not from after the Holocaust or something like that. Somebody went through the camps or whatever. I mean, yeah, I understand it. Understand? And the Gemara puts it in its way, the rabbinic literature has its way of saying it, that even one of the biggest Tanaim, Acher, there's different versions of how he went bad. You know, some say he saw the kid fall off the tree and all these different versions of how Acher went bad. But one of them is, he saw the tongue of Chusses HaMetargumin on the ground being eaten by dogs, and he said, I guess there ain't no God if that can happen. Because this guy was a big tzaddik, and it can't be. Must be less than less dying. Okay? Now, he was a frum guy, he was a Tana. So when you see these sorts of things, don't be surprised if it shakes the faith. That's the point they're bringing out. So this is all in the medieval style. Obviously, Alvona Nadir, Torah, Bar Tracy, Mishnah, Gemara, Gibor, Kacham, Torah, Dom, Nishma, Nashta, Gur, everything rhymes, and you know about the blood. And I'm crying particularly. So this has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av per se, but it has to do with the Romans, okay, over a period of time. Now, the Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Gamliel, was it? Rabbi Shimon Gamliel were two rabbis that were in the siege of Jerusalem. And we don't know exactly what happened to them. It doesn't say in the Josephus. The Gemara says that they were executed by the Romans. It's a famous Tosefta, actually. Remember this? They said, what did we do wrong? And the other guy said, remember a lady came with you to Shiloh on Shabbos, you said, I'm sleeping, come back later. So if that's the biggest thing you can come up with, you know, you're doing pretty good. But it didn't matter. So Chemdes Yisrael Kli Kodesh, the Torah leaves, all very flowery, can a full girl and they don't have here the story that they went up to heaven and they asked the Shiloh and all this kind of business. That's in the other version of it. This is a different story. You cut right to the chase. That the Rosh Gamliel died a horrible death. Pasha Tzavar Bacha Nigra Gzera, he cried. Rishim Chaza Hegmel Harg Benefesh Etzura, Mizeran Shov Akash Libkos Bein a Bechira, and the other one, the Kohen, because Shem Gamliel, of course, is from the Nasi, so he's from David and from Binyamin and Yehuda, but the other guy, Rabbi Shmuel, was a Kohen, and so Mizeran Shov Akash Libkos Bein a, let me cry first, and what do you call it? He says, they chopped his head off or something like that, and this is what happened. Noto Rosha Nosa Kavuz Menorah Tahora. He said Menorah Tahora. Like the Hasidim said, Busina Kadisha. Some ain't of all people, I was more, he kissed him. On Van Pam, this guy, Torah Pism, Nixam, Misa, Mushim Chamura, Sibel Hachis Rosha, Sarashchira. And they skinned his face. They took the skin off the face. Kim Ba'or Nel Shech Shchiva Navro, which is a pasuk. Rosh Hashanah Gimach Tefillah, right now he was alive. So pretty. Think about this. You're talking about the Romans over here. If they wanted to play hardball, they stripped the skin off his face when he's alive. And when he came to the Malcolm Tefillin, saw some Nizama. Oh, that's when he screamed. Because that's how firm he was. When he came to here. So it knows he had a horrible death. Painful. Rabbi Kiva. And we all know Rabbi Kiva's Oker Harim Zubiswara, the big Talmud Chacham, and some Masay Shabbat Tabra, and they put him on iron combs. So again, just imagine with that, rip off the skin. So in each case, now mind you, the two we just mentioned, which is Shem Gamliel, who's the father of Gamliel in the Mishnah, Shem Gamliel and Shmuel, that's in 70 A.D. Rabbi Kiva is after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in like 138 A.D., so it's almost 70 years later. They put it together in one poem. This poem is not historically accurate in terms of the time. But we do know that Rabbi Kiva was tortured to death. Now, it's remarkable because, according to the story, he was over 100 years old, maybe been 120. So imagine you take a 120-year-old guy, and they, you know what they're talking about? You ever go into a bakery? You know what I'm talking about, that machine where they slice the bread? Right? You know what I mean, right? Yeah. Now put that on a person. That's what happened to him. That's what happened to him. Masik shel barzel, as they put over here, leishtabro. Yosef the Shmas ve'echbas kolomra, and the famous story is that Rabbi Kiva says, Shmai so Hashem Hashem echad, and he died with echad. Ashrecha v'gul b'tor mitzar, and the Baskol said, the goof is tar. Then Bob Rabbi Yehuda Achrov, then they have the story of Yehuda Boba, which is a completely different story at a different time. That we all know that's when the Romans said nobody can give smicha, and he gave smicha and told the guys to run away, and he got killed, right? He was 7 years old. He was so from. He was a Naki and a Chassid. Naki, I forget. Look at the Mesil Sharm. There's Nikias and then there's Chasidus. Naki means like you have no Averis, and then Chassid means you go beyond that. So that's pretty good. Yoshua times it was times of Chenem and Tradian, Machal kills Basi and Shara, and then we have Chenem and Tradian, who's the one who how's the story go? They wrapped the toe around them, right, and burned them with the wool and so forth. Yoshua there saved the Torah. They keep them chablis more. They put wool around them to slow down the process to make them burn more slowly. So where Sismem are b'krachub to save Torah. So Al Shalom is mehera, and they made him to die slowly. He doesn't tell you the rest of the story. Chasiv Sheba Sofar, Gum Amora, the Am Amor, the people from Sodom and Amorah. The Romans acted like Sodom and Amorah. You get it? And when they killed him, the body was thrown out in the street to be eaten by dogs. Okay, so he can get Kura. And Baskol said he's the greatest. So then why is he eaten by dogs? See, this was the problem. And then Achrav Chusmis V'Yom Evra, Chusis Hamaturgaman, O Perech Neso B'Avapiv Kam Dura. He was so pure that if a bird went by, it died from the radioactivity of his Torah. But didn't stop them, right, from killing him and cutting out his tongue and feeding it to the dogs. This is exactly why he went down from Acher, because he said if he's so holy that a bird flies by and all the rest of it, Zu Torah, Zu Schora, it's a test of faith. Sadik was there Shamua Bachman and they're going to Kira, then they stabbed Ben Shamua,
or Shabbos on Kiddush and it was a Shabbos couple of he was saying Kiddush, get one more mitzvah, and so he's saying Kiddush, and he didn't get to finish it. They killed him. And the Romans did more and more of this sort of stuff. There says whoever survived was eaten by the lions that always consumed the Sep Hazura. We said it's the survival of the Jewish people in a hostile world is Sep Hazura Shim Zavim. What are the chances of survival if you take a sheep and you throw it into a corral with 70 wolves? What are the chances that the sheep's not going to make it? That sheep's going to make it? And you wouldn't take those odds. And yet the Jewish people have always been in this situation. On the other hand, as you see, it's not so pashut. Many times has a bad ending and ate the sheep. These people we're talking about here, not the whole people, but you see big tzaddikim and all the rest of it. We saw this in World War II. I don't have to tell you all that. So it's like they took the best part of the part that goes to the Kohen. So these people are sort of like sacrificial. So God should stop the tsaros already. Strengthen the knees that are buckling. That's a famous pasuk in Amos. Meaning we can't take all this depression. Right? You read all this stuff, and especially with all these big tzaddikim and all the rest of it, that your knees buckle. Let's see some light at the end of the tunnel. And now we'll recite this. Now we switch to 4 Kinos about the Crusades. As you know, the Kinos fall into 2 categories, generally speaking. One are poems, like we just were talking about before. That means that they're poetically evoked by people who never saw it. It's like I gave you an assignment, write an essay about the Holocaust, But the 4 Kinos from the Crusades of Tatanu of 1096, written by people who were there. Okay? As a matter of fact, by definition, they're written by survivors. The other ones were dead. And so here you have much raw kind of emotion, and you have complaints against God. because they couldn't understand what happened, and the whole community committed suicide or died one way or the other. And you see that the pogrom is over, and the whole community must have been killed or something like that. There's a few survivors, as you'll see in a second. In Germany, right, in the Rhineland, I think everybody knows the story, you don't need me to tell you again. And remember, the police and all the army, this was done against the will of the authorities. So it's like you say today, it's a riot in Baltimore, even though the police weren't in favor of it, but it doesn't matter. Because a riot is a riot. A pogrom is a pogrom. And therefore, terrible scenes emerged. And now that it's over, the question is, how do you, react to it? And many people, understandably, just like it's, just shut up and move on. Let's not talk about it. See? You see, how can such a thing happen? And why they got just shut up and don't talk about it? And this guy says, you shut up and leave me alone. I'm going to say what I want to say, and I don't care what happens to me. Whatever happens to me, I got to get this off my chest, because he just survived and he has tinnitus. I have complaints against you, God who dwells in heaven. I can't be silent, no psychological. I can't let it just go. I can't do it. A lady who's giving birth, you can't tell like this. Just shut up and don't make any noise. It hurts. You see? I have to put together a bitter hesped. My shagos, my roars, are as loud as the waves of the sea, meaning I have big complaints. Sifti al dosa shit in the shah, and I'm in mourning and bitter of what happened to my Edo. This is in Germany, right? What happened to my Edo. Now, I think we will remember that this all happened in 1096, and it was unexpected, so it happened around Shavuos time, roughly speaking. Notice, after Pesach, and then all through the Shavuos period and a little bit after that. But then the bad guys moved on to the next town. So it's basically by hit like a cyclone, by a hurricane. Let's say you lived in Worms, and let's say you were on a business trip that summer. Good. That was the time to be away. But most of them were not away. And so they got hit by the bad people. You're right? They got hit by the bad people in the wrong time or wrong place, and therefore horrific scenes. So Eish Shabbos Mesos up here. Back on Pesach, everything was great. How could it be that all the Mesos, all the joy and the Yontif was gone? And now everybody's blackened with their face, they're dead, or their heads are bald, and all the beards are pulled out, either by the bad guys or out of Avelis, out of mourning. As soon as this bad nation, these Goyim, came, Dor Shulchan wanted to throw us into the pit. So right then, all my Chasha people were crushed. And the boys and the girls. Now I see their dead bodies all over the street, because what does the place look like after the pogrom is over? Right? Like I told you. You see dead Jewish bodies all over the place, and nobody's, the guy we're going to go and clean it up, so it's just a horror, okay? You see young children who are now shechted like sheep. Isn't this something to cry about? And so I'm calling to me the surviving children. It's a sad scene. The few sheep that are left. In other words, most of the people in town were killed. Most of the kahil, as we call it, a few survived. And the kids are dishtoimen, you know what I mean? What is this? And so you come to me and let's cry together. Let's cry together. This is what we need to do. Scream to the heavens. As a matter of fact, I'm addressing now the angels in heaven. How come you didn't do nothing? You should be crying. You get together and make chaboros upstairs in Shamayim. I want to hear screaming from heaven. And I want to hear Aninas, Avelis, or this poor community. Who suffered this Gzera. And they were from people in this Vada Appreciates of Atara, the famous story of the Crusades is that whole communities committed mass suicide. I don't say every single member, but the great majority committed mass suicide. Now you have to understand, what does it mean mass suicide? It's not like you take a cyanide pill, this is 1,000 years ago. So, you have to kill your own children. You have to kill your wife. Now when you're left, somebody finishes you off till the last guy's left and he has to do it to himself. I mean, that's the mechanics of this, right? I shouldn't know such a thing, but that's the mechanics of it. How do you do that? Okay? You have certain people, they go, and so here, parents are shacking children. I mean, that's what it is. A husband is shacking wives. Now, in real life, it's not like the children 3, 4 years old say, "Oh, come, we want to do Kiddush Hashem." They're running away, and so you have to catch them and time down and shech them. It's a horrific scene, and they all did this because, and again, these were Ashkenazi Jews from the 1096. They felt this is the way to react to the Crusades. Okay? No, they did this, as we would say today, halachically. Okay? They thought this is what God wants. Obviously, that has a high degree of faith, because basically, we're all going to kill ourselves, and we'll meet in 2 minutes in heaven. What's the difference? We're here, we'll be up there. We'll all be together in a few minutes anyway. You see, you have to have that kind of mentality. But still, it's a terrible scene. Everybody had to help the other guy with the killing. So first, you have to have a meeting, a quick meeting, to decide on this strategy of mass suicide. The whole Kehillah is going to get together. With pure Yira. We all agree we're not going to bend down to Avodah Zarah. See, today somebody's like this. Just convert, and when they leave, go back to being Jewish, That's an American way of thinking. But they didn't think like that, okay? And the parents didn't care that they're killing their own children. And you saw people smashing the head and severing the spine. And they say to the kids, we weren't zocha to raise you the Torah, so we'll offer you the carbon and we'll all see each other 5 minutes from now in the glory in Shemayim. What does it say in Yeshayahu? Ayin lo rasa elohim zulasa yasal machakilo. The eye is not seen. The schar for the tzaddikim that's awaiting. So they say, we'll all be there. And we're going to see this theme repeated 4 times today. And then the Gedolim all got together with the Haskama. I don't know if this is actually true. The Kalbanin Shomim to accept this Xer with Ava. It was Kim Shem and Hayub Chil and Donim. And first they killed the old people. Okay? Meanwhile, the Crusaders are coming in that direction. And so what they did was, they had to tell a few people like this. You be the delaying squad. You get what I'm saying? You fight with these guys outside while the rest of us commit the suicide. And then you guys will kill each other or something like that. You do the delaying action. So, and you see dead bodies over the place with the schmaltz coming out of the body, the fats and the pashtonim and the blood and all this other gook. Because, like I said before, it's not somebody taking cyanide pills, it's bloody. And fathers who had been very merciful all of a sudden switched like animals. They feast all of us up on him, and they drew lots. And the first one, if you get the short stick or whatever they call it, then you go first, because they shech you with knives. And children from the richest families, they raised in purple, like it's Amunim Alei Soras. Now you see them look in the dust. And you see scenes of a chassan and kala. Remember, those days you used to get married at 12, 13, 14 years old. So you see chassan and kala dead together in an embrace. So it's like a movie. When we talk to the cherub chidons, chopped up. Therefore I say to you, kala das nevonim, do not cease to be Marvikim. Don't take the attitude. This guy is protesting against those who say, let's not talk about it, just move on. Okay? There's different approaches. Some say, I don't want to, You know what I know, in this show especially, there were survivors who didn't want to talk about it, and there's survivors that's all they did was talk about it. It's two different approaches, that's all. There's not one is right and one is wrong. It's how you react to it, correct? That's all. So this guy's obviously from the one who says we should make a big reaction to it. When I think about this, I get my Agmas Nefesh, obviously. Now remember, this guy somehow or other was not among those that were killed. This guy, one way or another, was not among those who committed suicide, otherwise he wouldn't be writing this. Torah Chigi Sagvis Pasha for him, and I call upon the, now look at this. The Crusaders, you think they just killed people? What did they do when they got to the synagogue, for example, stuff like that? You know, they trashed everything, right? And so you see for Torah's lying around and all the rest of it, and he says, Torah Chigi Sa. You know, here's the image. You see dead Jews, and you see Sefer Torah on the ground next to them, so to speak. Probably ripped and torn and all this kind of stuff. And therefore, the Torah itself should be making noise. Avel Yochid Asim Yisrael, make a special Avel, meaning you should scream aloud. Why? Because the people that were killed in places like Shum, spears, worms, and mines, yeah, those kind of people included the yeshivas, the Talmidei Chacham, and not only, but let me put it this way: Rashi studied in mines and in worms. That was his yeshiva, when he was young. So all these very frum people, holy people, and so forth and so on, and they're all dead. So the Torah now is orphaned because who's studying the Torah? Who's reading it? Who's giving the shiurim? Who's asking the kashas? L'chai chavai ma'amatir, and those who used to be your sailors in deep waters. The fanet shunach megal says term, who could get to the depths of the Gemara. Mi kasik was out the Gemara. Mi for kabais mi term. The kasha and truth and mi yachlin and zis mi yachlin the term. Mi shadim ma'akach l'chita ikarim. All the hard halachic stuff, the deep stuff. Mi l'cham l'chamti yashlam. Who's going to fight the Melchama Shel Torah anymore? They're all dead. Claim Melchama avdu v'nafli geburn. The weapons are gone, and the men are gone. Notice the books are all burned and trashed and smashed, and the people who studied them are all dead. Okay? Ashrei maskim krozakia. Now, he says, and again, this is like people talking the Holocaust. He says, I do not have pity for those who are gone, because they're in Shemayim. Happy are the maskilim kurakia zaharim. What does it say in the book of Daniel? Ha-maskilim yasiru k'koch v'shamayim, correct? That those who are tzaddikim will hit Olam Haba. But us, we're left with nothing. Those guys, the martyrs, are in Menucha B'Shalom. They're in a good spot. But the survivors, no sir. Okay? We're all familiar with this. The survivors, oy vavoy. The Mediba, what are we left with? We're left with Medibas Nefesh Kamsirim, psychological pains, physical pains, Kilyanai Tomoso Sidurim, super depression. Kilyanai means you can't get, you see in front of your eyes all this, what's it? Trauma, that's it, trauma. I think now they call it PSTD, something like that, is that right? Close to whatever. It's that kind of thing, where you don't have to be a soldier to see it. If you see a massacre like this, right, you're never going to get over it. I don't know if you remember, back in 2000 or 2001, when was it? Yeah, around 2001, that guy, the Jewish reporter, they killed him in Pakistan, remember that? Whatever his name was? Yeah, Daniel Pearl, that's right. And wait a minute, and they made a video of cutting his head off, okay? And they put it on the YouTube. And I remember people saying, yes, don't watch it, because you get traumatized. And of course, naturally, there's some kids that watched it, and adults, and they're traumatized till this day. You understand? Because, as soon as you say don't do it, some people do it. But when you actually see the head get cut off, you ain't normal after that. Well, here they saw about hundreds or more. Okay? So that's why he said we're left with depression, killing Einayim. What does he say? Like it says in the Tochach, Baboker, Tomer Yitin Erev, Erev Yitin Boker. You can't stand time. It's all one big pain. Mari Nema Shem Sharn, Michut Shikal Cher Be'emach Ladarm, that's from Hazinu. Michut Shikal Cher Be'chadarm Ema, you see screaming and death on the outside and inside. Ad Mosai, and finally, the Mekonain, as they call it, turns to God. Ad Mosai Tabid Rokos Darm. how long can you look at something like this? You can see all the hidden things. Knows why you let this happen? I want to see some Kinos. Knows why did the lightning come and just strike all these guys? You understand? Why don't you show some Kinos, some zealotry for your Torah that they're destroying? You see what they did? They ripped it up into pieces. He says they tied it, ripped it, smashed it, bashed it. They put it in bonfires. Are you able to just watch this and not react? Are you misapeg? God in heaven? I don't like the fact you're not doing something about this, which is a natural reaction, right? Like I said the other day, people say, why did they make the A-bomb in Japan? Why did they drop it in Germany? That's what it should be. It wasn't. I want to see some Nekama for all this blood. For all the despoliation of the poor and the oppressed. Have a little pity on we, who are unim, who are drinking poison and are bitter. Take pity on them. Don't allow them to be annihilated, but rather, show them a little bit of covet. So it is just pure emotion, but it makes 100% sense. Now we'll read it. This is why I need to swim in it. The next one we're going to do is the second of the four after with the Crusades. I bunched them together. This one already has a different, I mean, they're all bad, but this one doesn't have that quality of a survivor, so to speak. But rather, this is more what you call the establishment. You know, it's a fancy poem that tells the story over in a stylized way. Mind you, not surprisingly, it is the Kedoshim of the 1096. That's where they started the Yizkor, and the Germans have what they call the Memorbuch, and all this kind of stuff where you, every year, you recite the names of the people that gave it up in Kiddush Hashem. Nowadays, the Yizkor has become just for everybody, but I'm saying originally it wasn't like that, right? That's why Takas Kamfa, Shechina, all those kind of expressions. And here, yeah, more like a court poet, you know. What's the frum way of approaching all this? And I don't think he says anything up to God. I don't think so. But rather, he tries to tell the story. Oh, I wish my head was an endless tears because I have so many tears to shed. That's poetry. The children, the dead, the older people in the Kehillah. Atem anu avoy oy ba'alai. So basically, this is, you know, you can imagine a shul in Germany, 1,000 years ago, and when he said this and this, everybody said, Al Beis Yisrael, that's the refrain. And I'm crying. It's all very biblical. And I'm crying with me, all those who are Morei Lev, bitter of heart, and Nevuchim, they're confused. Now there's the thing. What are you confused about? How could this happen? You see? Because if we doggone sure, when this was over, how could this happen? How could God let this happen? As Chalek Al Basulas Hayafas Yom Merakim, the beautiful children, Sifreim Nechon Tav Nevarim, who the Goyim, if they got a hold of them, tied them around in books and burned them. Those who have been of great complexion now are dead bodies lying in the street. But you have to understand is that, and this is the hard part of all these xeris, down to up to including the Holocaust. The bad people get away with it. It's not like they're punishment. You understand? It's not like something happened to the people who are doing something wrong. Once in a while, you get a Purim story, you know. But generally speaking, that's not the case. It didn't happen. You know, 99% of the Nazis got away with it. 99.9%. Something like that. They got a few. And same thing with the Romans and same thing with everybody. I mean, you know, they got away with it. So it bothers. You get what I'm saying? It bothers. And worse than that, suppose you lived, I always say this every year, suppose you lived in one of these communities. And let's say, for argument's sake, you had a grocery store. And then came this big program for a week or two. And then it's over. And like I say, after some passage of time, you come out of hiding and all that. What do? You open the grocery store. What else do you do? I mean, that's your parnasa. And who are your customers that you see on Monday morning? The same guys that destroyed your wife, your children, and all the rest of it. And what are you supposed to do? There's nothing you can do about it. You know, eat up. You see? So I see the children as they lying on the ground dead and this, that, and the other. I know who did it. I know what they did to Sefer Torahs, and they burned people and all this kind of stuff. And now I have to wait on them. You see? I'm full of tears. All these beautiful Yedin Panima, the women who are called Kvud Bas Melch Panima, you know, the pious women of Ashkenaz, all knows your bubbies. You see a cruel Shul Amudah. And now that I see them all ripped, torn, alone, HaTorah Mikra Mishnah Agora, all this farm lying around the streets. Anu B'Kona Zos Agida Torah Talmida Torah. Now where's the Torah now? Lo Hamokim Yoshiv Charv. The place has been destroyed. There's no survivors. Now that's not literally true, but basically true. Therefore, my eyes have an endless amount of tears. And now he tries to tell the story poetically. So you have Shum, Shin, Vav, Mem. Spears, which is spires, Vermeiser, which is worms, and mice, Magensa, right? These are the three big, it's on the Rhine River. These are the three big kehilos of that time. I think Mainz is famous that they had 1,000 people there. That was considered very large once upon a time. The reason the Jews had communities here, that's where the trade was. You get to no roads, so you had to, if you want to do successful business, you got to go up and down the river. The Rhine's a big river, and the other rivers that spin off of it. So the Crusader group, by the way, most of the Crusaders did not bother the Jews. There was one that did, but they did terrible stuff. And I don't know if you know this. The Crusades were proclaimed against the Muslims in 1095, when the Pope went to Clermont in France and proclaimed the Crusade. And they said, we're going to conquer Israel from the Muslims. The Jews weren't part of this. And 99% of the Crusaders didn't bother the Jews. They left from Marseille, from Naples, where they went. They passed by Jewish communities. Probably they paid them up, but nevertheless. But there was one group that started like in Belgium and went down the Rhine River, if you know the map a little bit. And they were bad news, and they said, let's kill the Jews too, obviously. You see? Kill them or force them to convert. Okay? In other words, once we're going after the Muslims, you'll see one of the Kinos says that. Let's take out the Jews also. This was the bad news. And it happened in that finger of Torah, so to speak. In other words, they went down the Rhine Valley, and the communities they hit were like the main Jewish communities. That's what it is. In terms of quality and quantity. Quality and quantity. So that's why you have all these bitter things over here. First they hit the spires. So this was the second day of Iyar. As soon as they came, the good times switched to bad times. A bunch of young people were killed by the Crusaders in Yeshisha Adar and some Zakanim. They gathered together to do Kiddush Hashem. But the bottom line is they killed only 10 people. That's what it says, when they hit spires, because the community wasn't that big, and it says here, so like we would say today, they jumped a bunch of Jews in the wrong place in the wrong time, and they said, convert now, and they said no, and they killed them. Okay? Some were old, some were young, like I say, they were in the wrong place. But Mari going to and then I go on with my Yagon. Then they went on to worms, to Vermeizo, which had the biggest issue, by the way. Goni Eretz and Ki Tara, the big tzaddikim. Pamayin Kiddush Shemor, they were hit twice with the Kiddush Hashem. Esim Mishlosha B'chodesh L'Taro, so on the 23rd of Iyar, and then B'chodesh Lish B'Chalo Shar, and then on Shavuos, they broke into the shul while they're saying Hallel. B'chodesh Hashlishi B'kriyas Hallel L'Shara, Yishim Nashima B'Kshurab, Ahim Alim B'chi L'Chasher Kuli Keser Roshama Adra. They died with crowns of martyrdom on their head. So that's two. There's spears. Spiro means you come from spires, right? Spears and worms. And now you come to mice, or magensa, as they call it. They tried to run away. But it didn't work. They too made a Kiddush Hashem. And so basically, there were two temples that were destroyed. So we would say today, two communities, Al Charvis Mat Mikdash and Mikdash Torah. So I'm not talking about the Beis HaMikdash, I'm talking about the Mikdash Ma'at, which of course are the synagogues. So, like I say, besides killing the people, obviously they smashed and trashed the Jewish buildings. So on the third day of Sivan, just before Shavuos, this month should have been a time of happiness of Shavuos, and it turned to Tzara. B'yom Matan Dos, Sasha. It was the day the Torah was given, and I was hoping, Sasha, to be Ashrei, to be happy. B'yom the Sinos, the Chazra. But the same day it was given, that was the day it was withdrawn, meaning the Torah was destroyed physically. Also, Lolamar Lamak Madura. So he sees the burning of the Torah scrolls and the other books on Shavuos, as kind of a reverse of Matan Torah. Get it? What happened Matan Torah? Look, started here, came down here. And what happened now? Started here and went up there. Because what happened to the Torah? Osius pochus b'av, as we always say, correct? You know, the Torah can't be destroyed, so it went up to Shemayim. So that's weird. It's like the anniversary. The day he got married, that's the day he got divorced, as we say today. Right? Also, and not only the Torah, the mental, the Balkore, the elementary school teacher, as we say today, the high school teacher, Lomdel Chanel Bishan Adorsha Chokra Lomdel Chanel Bishan Bas Gebora. They also went up in flames to Shemayim. You see? And therefore, we should have a big hesped today, because this is not less than Tisha B'Av. Now I know this got eventually pushed to today, but it's not less than Tisha B'Av, because what are you mourning on Tisha B'Av? The loss of the base of Mikdash. This is the base of Mikdash. Mikdash, right? Shkul Harigosan Sabalav Safra Kisreis Belom Abira. Right? The Shkul of Mises Tzadikim Kisreis is based on Elohim, as the Chazal put it. So if you see, because let's put it this way, the base of Mikdash is just a building. It's just a building. If you don't have the people in it, it's nothing. Right? It's nothing. So without the Talmidei Chacham, the Tzadikim, all the rest of it, that's the base of Mikdash. Right? So Shkul Harigosan Sabalav Kisreis Belom Abira. But these guys like the Chazon Ish, you can't add another date to the Jewish calendar. Right? We have Yom HaCrusades. They don't want to do that. Now, by the way, the old Germans did have Kinos on the Crusade time. You know, they do, but not this guy. And you don't do Hakdama, meaning early in the year, but do it later. So Tachas Kin Hayom Levosei. So I'm going to do it on Tisha B'Av. Right? In that reason, I'll do it today. That's what I have to come So that's why so all this is by way of apologia, why he's doing this on Tisha B'Av, even though these Crusades things did not happen on Tisha B'Av. As you see, they happened roughly in Shavuos time, Iyar, Sivan, that kind of time of the year. I call the women to scream, that's just poetic. Who can compare to my pain? All the dead bodies, there you go again. Because, let's put it this one, the Crusaders came and played rough. So they kill people, they strip their bodies, like you see, happens in many countries even today, if the dead soldiers, they pull stuff off of them and whatever. That's how it goes. And so you see naked, you understand? Kisul Chayes of behemoths, and if they're naked, dead bodies lying around, what happens to them if nobody buries them? Answer, the dogs and the cats come and eat them. That's what happens. That's life. They've lost Kisul Chayes of behemoths. You see the animals coming and eating them. And so it's a bizoyon besides everything else. Correct? They don't even get a burial. Because who's doing a burial? Everybody's dead. Yonah can be Sheva, Alam and Oz. You see dead bodies of old people, young people, tzaddikim and others. I'm just making this up. Imagine you saw a face, for example, I don't know, Chana Wasserman or something like it, and they're stripped and be eaten by a horse. You get it? Besides everything else, there's something about that. Mesatim b'mamonim b'arbis kalimos, and the goyim are making fun of us and shaming us because, see, we were helpless. Where's your God? Is a good time? Right? Where's your God? Anyway, you believe in Tchias HaMesim, so let's see some Tchias. If your Judaism really right, after all, why are you killing yourselves? Because you will not convert to Christianity. That means you believe your religion is more powerful. Well, then where is it? Okay? Now I know the poet says that Hashem is famous, how to say Michamoch be'ilmim, in not reacting. Get it? Because otherwise, you wouldn't be the world that we're in. So Hashem is ilmim, is non-reactive. Teshes, I know that you, God, have a midah that you don't react. But But still, it bothers me that the people are all saying, if your God is really something, let him do something. So you notice that he didn't complain to Hashem himself. He said the Goyim are complaining. he put it's a politically correct way of saying it. My eyes are once again are full of tears because that which was poetry is now turned to Avelis. And my instruments, the Ugov, how do we still say the meaning of Ugov, are now for crying. I'm a survivor. I've been completely consumed by the enemy. He crushed my bones. It's just what it is. He crushed my bones of the Jewish community. He smashed, he trampled all my heroes. It's a pasuk. These people were like my belly button, and in other words, these are the ones I got my sustenance, like a baby eats from the belly button, right? So he said, in the womb. These are the people supplying me with the Torah that I need for the sustenance. There's no cure for it. Let's face it, we have a mortal blow. We're not going to recover from this. That's what he says. There's no refuah. That's why I say to you, let's just have hot tears on our cheeks. They can imagine at that time when this was recited in the synagogue of that community, or those kehillas over there, and to end on this note. But at least it's honest. You understand? At least it's honest. The Gemara says very famously in two places that why they call the Anshe a Gadol? Because they say, well, Gadol Gibra Vanero. That previously Yirmiyahu took out a Gadol and Daniel took out, another one took out a Gadol Gibra and the other one took out Nero. And now Anshe is a Gadol, who made the Shemon Esrei use, they put him back in El Gadol Gibra Nero. So the Gemara says like this: isn't that blasphemy? How can you say God is not a Gadol, like Yirmiyahu did? Or how can you say that God is not a Gibor, like this other Novi did, or something like that, And the Gemara gives the answers. Elhem, Sone Kazave Machnifano. If you don't, God doesn't like hypocrisy. If you don't believe it, then don't say it. You understand? It's like the old German virtues. What you think is what you should say. And you see, after this stuff, this is how people are feeling. And we'll recite it. Now we're going to do the next one, which is the third of 4 Kinos about the crusade. This is the most graphic. Okay, this is the most graphic. Again, we have this image of, like I said before, you don't want the kids to see that YouTube. You don't want to see horrors because it sticks in your mind. It messes you up mentally. I've been told this story about 20 years ago. I took the class in TA to the Library of Congress, and because they were having a display of American jewelry, 250 years, 350 years, whatever it is, 1654 to 2004. And it was a nice big fancy display and all the rest. It was interesting. But the Library of Congress is so big, that building, you can have more than one thing going on at the same time. And so just for heck of it, I said, there's an interesting thing over there. Just giving me that, I wanted to go over and see what's going on over there. We were in this end, I went up to this end. And they were doing a big exhibit about the demobilization of the American Army after World War II. You had 12 million men and women in uniform, and then they got out of uniforms. That's a gigantic logistical challenge, agreed? Right? To bring all these people back from wherever they were, Atlantic and Pacific, and then, swear them out, and just the processing. It's like a gigantic process, let alone how these people are going to react when they come back, if they're not messed over. And I just watched it for a minute. They had a movie that the War Department gave for the soldiers, to tell you. And he says, you're coming back to the States, and you're going to see your wives, your girlfriends, your sweethearts, your mothers, and so forth, your daughters, and they're going to ask you, what did you see over there? And this is what you're going to say, nothing. You just shut up. And you ask me why? The whole reason you went over there was precisely in order that your wives, your children, your mother, your daughters, all that, would not be able to conceive of what you saw. You know what I'm saying? So you want to mess them up. Well, here everybody's messed up because they saw everything. That's my point. When you see Lezer Kalir and all this, he didn't see it, but he saw it, in the Gemara and the Medrash. But these people that are reading now, they were there, okay? And that's why some of it is raw. Amarti Shumi Mena B'V'chi Amar, same thing. Get off my back, I'm going to just be as bitter as I want. Because people are telling him, don't talk like that, don't say this, it's not art scroll, that's not the way. He said, I don't care. Shumi Mena B'V'chi Amar, I'm going to cry. Mar Nafshi Baruchi Akarer. He said, I have to get the bitterness out. Im Leviosa Si Lower. I'm going to cry as much as the Leviosan. Assist me in weeping for the Yogam. Basami Sabeginech. Oh, the Jewish people, Basami, is Av Ki Beginech. You should be misavech. You should cry over yourself. Don't stop crying. So basically, when everybody's saying like this, Shah, don't talk about it anymore. He's the exact opposite. No. Talk about it. Get it out. No, that's the only healthy way. Get it out. You should burst out weeping, you who used to be happy. You were happy once upon a time, and now you've been destroyed. And you're wondering, how could this happen? Because I'll say it again, it's not like it was a long build-up. Everything was going great. And all of a sudden, these Crusader nuts came out of nowhere and perpetrated horrors, and then they left. You see? So it was too sudden. Dami al titni plate and asheres. You, the survivors, the sheres apleta. Pleta hanish eres. It's a sheres apleta. Okay? Harimi klov zaki mar. Cry and scream. Ki shevra shever nikra. Hein lumnes vasu. The story is simple. The guy, when they got together, chayalecha kros bris vasu. So they got together against us and they started plotting, kros bris, to break the covenant that we have. And they made a plan to attack Amcha. And the evil plans started to come together. And the final conclusion is, let's kill all the Jews. So, and this is not exactly true because they did tell that whoever converts will live, but this is the way he sees it. So the frum Jews answered, Lo niachim yegin naris v'morov. It's a pasuk, Hein yiktaleni lo ayachel. Even if God kills me, I still trust in Him. So that's what they said. In yiktalenu naris v'morov, we will still, how should I put it, be true to Him. Heichen Hashem zevik shvuv. And we just have to say that this is the case for karbonos. This is a time for karbonos. Us, in other words. And then the dead body started mounting. The enemy started torturing us by attacking us. But I'm talking today about the blows that were suffered by my fellow Jews in Beis Mava, in the house of my lovers. And now he gets into the, I'm sorry, I skipped a page. Tova meitiv habeit b'sorasenu. So he says, you God, look at our troubles. Shmidu gibar b'chesed me'artzenu. In one swoop, they wiped out all of our warriors, meaning our Talmidei Chacham. All the good meat. Everyone was taken like sheep to a slaughter. The girls who were beautiful and had jewelry, plus little children were nursing at their breast, they killed everybody. Now they were killed by their own Jews, by their own parents, I told you before. Every father had to be kovesh his own rachmim. Correct? I mean, if you were really going to go through with this, and they did, the natural inclination of a parent is not this. So you have to be kovesh rachamov. Yolad of hishim kar zevach. In order to shech his children as if they were carbon. Now, I told you before, the kids don't want this. Go tell a young child, oh, it's a kiddush. They see you kill a brother, So it's a horrible scene, right? It's a horrible scene. They run to the mother. But the mother's going to be part of it. You see? When they were offered as a carbon and chopped up into pieces. Parents, their own children. Who can hear such a thing even and not cry? Because they saw this as a Kiddush Hashem thing. And so while he's shechting his own children, he's saying Krishma. Mi ra zos mishama. Such a thing has never happened in history, nor has it happened since. What I'm describing over here happened only in the Crusades. In later periods in Jewish history, there was no such thing as mass suicide. It's just, there are many history articles about that. Ma ben tatnu l'tach. When they had the Cossack stuff in Poland and all the rest of it, the Jews said, we're not going to convert even if you kill us. And the Goyim killed them, but you didn't find what we have over here, which is that they not only commit suicide, but in those commit suicide in your own family. That's a remarkable kind of thing in the Jewish tradition, as you know. On the other hand, you're talking about famous Rosh Hashivas, rabbis, things like that. So you can't simply say it was a big mistake. You understand? So it's just an unusual chapter in Jewish history. The teenage daughter, the beautiful daughter, so he saw a situation of a frum daughter. Look what she did. She says, all right, I'm ready to go, but give me the knife. I shouldn't have a pegima. Right? She's mashchiz the sakin. Get it? Now, I'm not saying she's halachic, but I'm just saying the concept is amazing. Why? Because this girl obviously agrees, I am a carbon. Not in the classic sense, but a carbon has to be done without a begima, as we know. Okay? So, Savora Pashta, she offers her neck, Umacheles, Ishchiza, and she sharpens the mashkalas v'chidada, makes it sharp, ayin rasa b'teida. Sukvayin parcha rucha. The mother's watching this whole thing in horror. Parcha rucha, her spirit, in other words, this, just seeing this can kill you. Right? And she submitted it in the same way, because the Gemara says that Hannah and the 7 sons, when she gave all the 7 sons, so, but it's a horrible situation. Also, Abanas Knus Arusas. You see, again, the frum teenage girls, Knusas Arusos, those already married or those betrothed. They went to be shechted happily. Those people just bought into this idea they're going to die a Kiddush Shem, and in 1 minute you'll be in heaven, and you got nothing to worry about. It reminds you, he says, of when the Romans smashed all these blood on the rocks of the babies. Meaning, you came to Worms or wherever it is, and you saw places in the house just covered with blood, because you don't need me to tell you. If you shech somebody, what happens? The blood gushes all over the place. You see. The father who's killing everybody now and has finished off his family now turns crying and mourning, and like a Japanese, and he falls on his own sword, like King Saul. Right? And you walk by the street and you see him, let me put it this way, that's not a quick death. So you see him gargling and, he's in the street, dying away. The mother, so you see, it's weird. The imamish took this carbon thing very seriously, and she wanted to sharpen the knife. And one of the things you do is kabbalas adam. You catch the blood. That's what you do with a carbon. And so the mother does it like with her skirt. You see? The mother proclaimed the righteousness. She offered to more mizrach dam kibul kafel, and in place of zrikas dam and kabbalas dam, she caught it in her skirt to siapik for kapeho. Right? Sobbing and spreading out her arms in anguish. So this we don't have. Jewish history doesn't have anything like this. When the choicest of the Yidden were given over to Herod, I am freaked out. Rav Yoni Nevol means my thoughts are just, in Behola. You say, those I can't, as we say today, I can't compute this. I don't know what to do. I'm seized almost like with a stroke, I can't absorb this. What is bothering him? That's freaking him out. Not the massacres that we just saw, or the scenes that we just described, but the fact, as I told you before, that none of them get kavura. Right? Why is it like this? Like by Hitler, a lot of people didn't get buried, They're just going to lie there and get eaten by animals. Right? You remember, he says the story in the book of Melachim, when you had Yerom ben Nevat, who was the wicked king, and he was cursed by the prophet that your whole family be wiped out. Remember that? So in other words, when your family and descendants, if you have any, will die, they'll be eaten in the street, in the city by the dogs, and in the fields by the vultures, by the hawks. So, meaning they won't even get buried. The reason for that is because they would be overthrown by a coup, and Team B is replacing Team A, and if you're a passerby, you don't want to get involved in that. If you show any mercy to the dead body, they'll think you're on Team A. You just have to keep driving. That's how it was. So Yeroboam had one son who was half good. So he said, well, him we'll treat differently. He will be buried. If you remember that story, right? He'll be buried. So notice, Yeroboam ben Nevat's son got buried, and all these tzaddikim and all this, none of them got buried. This freaks me out, he says. Achazani palatsus, Vashever, Shalom nimsa b'chol polo, people who were completely shlemisdik, Nasha tevshim pachet chelo, and they gave up their lives with Amkvurlo Haisalo? Doesn't make any sense. Tati limsitechet and Yonov. I really twisted my mind. I really was, like you say, you was ma'ayin and thinking about it, try to figure out. I knew God is just, right? I knew God is just. But totally real kimshi in front of him, and I know God rewards the righteous. Now I also understand that even the biggest tzaddikim, as we say, kichut asayra, that nobody can trust in their righteousness. You say this in Sanatokif, right? Remember? Hashlim avona l'sayra. It's true that people can be punished for what appears to be a little sin. And I know that they say, and I take comfort in the fact that they say, Sim Tolosh on this, that it's actually good luck not to be buried. Okay? If the body endures, it's nothing more. He said if the body endures the humiliation of not even having kavura, so believe me, upstairs ain't that good. Let it be taken out downstairs rather than upstairs. Okay? So this is the only, comfort I have, seeing this whole host of dead, slain bodies, suicide bodies, all the rest of it, and then I'm being buried. And I told you again, it means they're going to be eaten up, and imagine animal eats half of you, and the other half is whatever. That's a good sign for tzaddikim. That's what he's saying. But over this, my heart shudders. Because everybody's been cast so low, in front of the Crusaders. And so, just like the other poet, he says, I don't know where God is here. He's asleep at the switch. How long are you going to be like a helpless giant? A helpless giant. Let's see some to come over here. I want to see some to come from my torturers. The time has come for the come. Go pay your debts. Meaning, requite the evildoers. Right? These are, let me put it this way. You owe me for having gone through all this trouble. I want to at least see that all the Nazis should get killed. Where's my receipt? And that way you'll tear up our evil decree. We believe that God sent fires out from upstairs. So I want you to do Hamavris Aber. I want you to burn up all the bad people. And please pay off all the evil guys. So you see, the only comfort possible is to at least see the bad guys get what's coming to them. And that didn't really happen. So make them drink poison. That's a pasuk. Aren't you called in the Bible Ish Mulchama like in Ozi Asher? If you're Ish Mulchama, let's see some. No, I want all these guys that drop dead right now. I want you to wipe out all the bad guys and have them come and do it for your own name. And for the victims and for the Beis Hamikdash and the Kom Nikmas B'nai Yisrael. We believe that every drop of blood of the martyrs is kept by God in a jar, so to speak. And it says like this: Hashem wears a purple garb and on it is stains. Right? God wears a purple jacket and on it is stains. The stains are all the Kedoshim, all the martyrs. See, so I believe in that, okay? But I want to see some din here. And he ends exhausted, which is the only way you can end. I'm too tired of carrying all this. I'm wiped out from all this. Bring the gula already. I'm just crushed. Because all I'm waiting for in my heart is the day of vengeance. So again, you see like a very vivid piece. Now we're reciting. Okay. I think we'll skip the next one because it's not going to add anything to what we did the heart of the Crusades in the three that we just did. So we'll go to number 9 over here with Novi Katz Shnima, which is the famous story that we all know about the son, the brother, and the sister ended up in the same room and all that. This is Bein Abbas Rabbi Shmuel. Couldn't go out. Pretty sure most people are familiar with it. Here the theme, because I told you every one that we chose really kind of deals with a theme. The only way to approach Tisha B'Av intelligently is to understand the theme. And here it's that of captivity, of what happens afterwards, okay? Because we all know the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, that is true. And we all know that the people were killed and all that, and we saw that is true. And there's all that suffering. The suffering was not over by any means when Tisha B'Av and all that was over. Because a velt of Jews, a huge amount were carried off as prisoners. And, let's put it this way, lucky and unlucky. Some of them, as we'll see, were given, to be in the lion, to eat the lions in the arena. What am I talking about? With the gladiators and all that kind of stuff. But they're not, they're just, the Romans like to watch people, get eaten. And that's how you celebrate the Roman religion and the Levantine religions, especially the victory over the Jews. A ton of other people ended up like in the salt mine somewhere where they worked you to death. There's no question that wherever possible, the Jewish communities, if it was possible, would try to do a Pidyon Shvuyim. But there are too many people to really do that. You do what you could, but it's too many people. And they kind of sort of like had to pick. So we all remember the famous story where the Gemara says in Kamsa Bar Kamsa, everybody remembers this one time or another, where some rabbi, I forget who, they said, oh, you're in Rome? There's some kind of brothel over here, and they put a kid in for homosexual purposes, and he's a pretty child and all the rest of it, and he's Jewish. And remember, he went over to me, he said, do you know the Pasuk and all? He said, oh, he knows the Lord. He was po to him. Okay, what if he didn't know the Pasuk? You know what I mean? This was real life. And there are many stories in the Chazal in different places. There was a rich lady who ransomed a lot of prisoners. But we're talking about tens of thousands of people at least. Most of them had a bad ending. You understand? Just a bad ending. And who knows how life did. Plus, talk to me about the girl captives. That's mamash over, you understand? So, Josephus describes the aftermath after the whole fighting was over, which means, as I just told you before, that it wasn't Tisha B'Av, it was more like Tisha B'Elul. Because the fighting continued afterwards in what's called the lower city. And it's mamash like the Warsaw Ghetto, people are fighting in the sewers. You understand? They talked about, trying to hide in the sewers, and of course the Romans flush them out, and all this kind of business. So it was a pretty rough situation. And when all is over, now what do you do with the captives? Because the soldiers were now growing weary of bloodshed, and survivors appeared constantly, Titus gave orders only to kill those who offered armed resistance, and to take alive all the rest. Again, this is straight into Gemara. If you remember, in getting somewhere, first they said whoever doesn't kill somebody be punished, and then they said whoever does, if you save somebody, you will be punished. So, or whatever, the other way around. So the troops, in addition to those covered by their orders, killed the aged and the infirm. Because that's not worth any money for a slave. Right? When they take some 75-year-old guy as a slave, instead they killed him right away. People in their prime who might be useful were herded into the temple area and shut up in the court of women. So in other words, the remnants of the destroyed the Ezra's Notion, right? Which of course the walls are down now. It's the 8th of Elul, okay? So they destroyed it all. But this area became the place for POWs, as we would call it today. Again, Elul, you're talking August, correct? Usually, late August, whatever, hot, dry, okay? Titus appointed one of his freedmen, one of his slaves, as their guard, and his friend Fronto to decide the fate appropriate to each. So in other words, you figure, like Dr. Mengele, you know what I mean, right? Who lives and who dies. All those who had taken part in sedition and brigandage, because all the prisoners told on each other, they executed. So if somebody said he had fought against Rome, they killed him. He picked out the tallest and the most handsome and reserved them for the triumph. In other words, when you go back to Rome, you have the triumph parade. But that's not good, because when it's all over, they push them off a cliff. You see? But it looks good in the parade. Of the rest, those who were over the age of 17, he put in chains and sent them to the salt mines in Egypt. Hard labor. And great numbers were presented by Titus to the provinces to perish in the theaters. Okay? So it's like the warm-up act for the gladiators. First he's throwing a couple of people and see the lions go and eat them up. By sword or wild beast. Those under 17 were sold. During the days in which Fronto was sorting them out, because it took a time, 11,000 of prisoners died from starvation. Some because they wouldn't receive any of the food, because of hatred of the guards, and others because they wouldn't accept when offered. So first of all, they didn't feed them, and second of all, some people said, it's not kosher. And therefore they died. Now don't ask me, now, this is what happened. Moreover, there were so many mouths to feed, there wasn't enough wheat. Okay? So you see, in the aftermath, right around Rosh Hashanah time, this is taking place. All the prisoners altogether, 97,000. Those who perished in the siege, 1.1 million. The largest number of Jews by race, not native to Jerusalem, etc., etc., etc. And he says, this is the famous place where Josephus says that on Pesach, the Roman governor counted 255,600 Korban Pesachs, tails. So that gives you an idea of 250,000, and then you multiply it by families, so you get how big the crowd was, okay? And not including leprosy and gonorrhea, and those are what we call Zov, and so on and so forth. So this is how it went. And he talks about their bodies being, they went searching for people hiding in sewers or whatever. So this is the phenomenon, as I say before, of the continuation of the Korban in terms of the suffering. You get it? Because it's not like World War II where the bad guys lost. It's the bad guys won. You see? So there's not anybody going to liberate these people from captivity or things like this. So the only thing you could possibly hope for is, if you're really lucky, you might end up someplace where some Jew or Jewish community ransoms you. That's if you're lucky. Okay, when it happened, happened. When it didn't happen, it didn't happen. This is the Messias. So that's the history side. In the Kinos, next one we're going to do Navi Chatasi Shmimo. So what we have over here is the, as I say before, the style of the rabbinic literature and telling a vivid story that it sort of encapsulates the whole parsha I just talked about in terms of a story. And that, of course, is the brother and the sister end up in the same room. Navi Chatasi Shmimo Dimase Elecha Azrimo. I don't remember who wrote this. It doesn't sound like they're Eliezer Kaliri. I'm crying. What's the worst of the pains that I have? Bas Bein Bas Yishmael Kohen Gadol. The story that happened Bein Bas Yishmael Kohen Gadol. Now, this whoever wrote this is obviously an aristocrat, because the truth of the matter is like this: this is the worst thing that happened the whole siege. You know what I mean? This is the worst thing. But if you're thinking in terms of yichus and that, you know, in the Jewish tradition, the Kohen Gadol can't marry anybody. Just about right, can't even marry Almona. And so that children is super yichus, and they ended up as captives. This, of course, would be Second Temple. Ace Nishvan Novelstein Adonim. The story is that they got captured and fell to two masters. Known as the son of the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol being one of the 10 martyrs that we talked about before, right? He's the one who kissed the face of the guy who they tore the skin off. So not only was he killed by the Romans, but his children suffered. Bein Abasa B'Shmuel Kohen Gadol. They were bought by two different masters, like you used to have in the South 200 years ago, right? You could easily have a brother bought by this guy and a sister by this guy. And the two masters happened to be neighbors. And one day they shoot in the bowl. Oh, I got a beautiful captive, right? A girl. She's worth a lot of money because she's a knockout. Her face shines like the moon and so forth. They can fly him. The other guy, I'm telling you, they're having it like they're at the bar. You know what I mean? They're talking about their slaves, and the other guy says, "Oh, I can double you." You know, I got a beautiful boy, handsome. Boy, he's as handsome as they come. So let's make them, and we'll split the vlados. Get it? So it's a business arrangement, correct? What's the idea of good? The children will obviously be handsome, and they will fetch a high price on the market. It's like you do with the stud horses, you know, like that. And this is the daughter of Kohen Gadol. I mean, that's the point. So l'shem says Naim. We'll split the vlados, the children, which will be as many as the Kochei Shemayim. The Shem says, "Oh, just to say this makes the ears ring." They both shook on it. They put them both in a room, figuring that they will mate. And the two masters are sitting outside the room, you know, counting their future profits. But inside, of course, it was a Bein Abasa Yishmael, and it was dark. They didn't know who the other one was, but each one said like this: "I'm the son of the Kohen Gadol. Who knows who this is?" And she's some daughter Kohen Gadol. Who knows it as? You know, in good times, we would only marry somebody like that, like that, like that. And now look at me. And all night long they were crying bitterly. This one was crying. The boy was crying against the wall. I'm a grandson of Aaron Cohen. How can I marry a shifcha? Because he didn't know who the girl is. And she was screaming also, and she said, I'm descended from Yocheved because Aaron's mother was Yocheved, right? Even the stars and the planets cry over this tragedy. And of course, when the morning came and they could see each other, so in other words, they didn't do anything all night. I mean, that's the point. All of a sudden, they hear a scream. It's my brother. Hi, Achi. You hear it screaming. Hi, Achos. Right? It's, oh my God, like that. And according to this version of the story, they both expired. They died from Veitog, you know, from Agmas Nefesh, you'd say. Right? So let's put it this way. The plans of the two masters were frustrated, right? But you can't say it's a happy ending. And Yirmiyahu foresaw this, he was a prophet of the first temple. As for the Korban Gzeira, this Gzeira I foresee. Remember, Yirmiyahu himself was a Kohen, right? Al Bein Abbas Mispid Rabamima. And for this Bein Abbas, I raise a great lament. Now we're recited. The next one, the next two or three actually, are simply famous midrashim. That's what they are, famous agaritas. And I told you before, each one deals with a theme, and this one deals in a poetic way, in a genius way, with the following question: what happened to Zechus Avos? We're supposed to be a big believer in the Zechus Avos. Elohei Avram, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, all that kind of stuff. Talk to somebody who's coming from some big Hasidic Rabbi, it's Zechus Avos, you know? Well, everybody got killed, the Beis Mikdash destroyed, there was mass murder, everybody sold into slavery, the women were sold for, to be like horses, and things like this. Where's the Zechus Avos? You know? Avram means the Yaakov must be asleep at the switch. And there is a whole medrash. This is not exactly that way. This is Rabbi clearly recasting it in his poetic way. You have to understand, if you look at the Makor, it's not precisely, very often, it's not precisely the way it's in the poem, but it's fundamentally the same way it's in the poem. And so basically, the way the story goes in the Medrash, right, which is not, for some reason he doesn't say over here, is that Yirmiyahu, this is how the story goes. Yirmiyahu sees the Korban is coming, and I think even God tells him to go to Mars Machpelah, and he says, Avram to wake up, but Avram had his share of sins. He said, B'moed Dekir Shena. And Yitzchak had his sin, and Yaakov had his sin, and that kind of thing. And then I think they go to the Imahos, and Sarah had her problem. But to get to Rachel, she said like this: I gave my sister to Simonim. You know what kind of a sacrifice that was. So I'm calling in my chips. And Hashem said, I guess, that one I can't have titles on. If you did that, okay. Which is why Racham Avakal Banah and so forth. It's not exactly the way it is in this poem. It's a little more generalized. Yirmiyahu went to Mars Machpelah Benam, and he said, Atzamas Chavibos, you beloved bones, in other words, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, and the Emos. Moatem Shachos, why are you sleeping? Beis Hamikdash being threatened and you're sleeping. Your children go into exile, and the Beit Hamikdash is destroyed. What happened to the Zechus Avos? So according to this, they all start screaming and crying. And they appeal to God sitting on the throne. Didn't you, Hashem, say, I'll always remember the bris of the Avos? And God answers, it's too late. They switched me for other gods. And they didn't have any fear of doing it. And I gave them chances. I ignored it for a while, but then I can't do it anymore. How can I just sit back and not react when they say Lohu, that God is not the real God of the universe? Hashem's not the God. And then Avram, who's the Avram Goyim, says, didn't I do 10 Nisayans? Isn't that enough? So don't I have any credit in the bank? I have Tuchas Al Tira Avram. Don't you say Al Tira Avram? And God answers, not anymore. They did too much of a Zara. They dug false wells, as we just had in the Haftarah 2 weeks ago. Wells with no water. And they did, let's put it this way, they violated every one of the Ten Commandments. You know? So I can't let that happen. So what this implies is like this. The Chus Avos is like for general, you know what I mean? Like, everybody does their share of sins. This one eats with a bad extra, that one to Allah Shahar, but these are biggies. You understand? Yitzchak stepped up to the plate. I was ready to do Akedas Yitzchak. Right? I mean, I put my neck out like that. You're destroying my children. I have talked Bris Yitzchak. You say Bris Yakim is Yitzchak. And once again, God answers, hey, Mara b'yermiyav v'tim ha'maria. Right? They made the whole Amaria Tomei with Avodah Zarah. They'll say sin so Goya. God says, I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. I can't take these Averas anymore. Only Minashiyav. This is, I can't, it's beyond forgetfulness. And how can I forget the fact that they killed the prophet Zechariah, the Kohen, and all that, and nobody did anything about it? Then Yaakov, of course, who was Yula B'Selef. He was a Yoshev Oholim. He was born as a learner, you know. And he's crying, you know how much junk I went through to raise the 12 Shvatim and how much trouble I had from them. And this is the end? How can it be, right, that for one person that was murdered, in other words, that was wrong about Zechariah, so many thousands are paying the price? And Moshe Rabbeinu shows up, covered with ashes and sackcloth. I led these people 40 years in the dead. I put up with so much junk. How can you just kill them so quickly? Didn't you say Lo Alma Yisrael? So in other words, let's put it this way. It's one after another. Imagine, the image they're trying to paint is as follows. Here's God sitting on the throne. They're having a trial session. The first guy comes in and starts fuming. They blow away. The second guy, the third guy. After a while, you know what I mean? It's so many people coming in, you break down, which is the point. Leah shows up banging on her breast. Rachel shows up crying for the children. Bill and Zilpah. So basically the judge can't take it anymore. You know what I mean? Says, okay. So according to this, Hashem says, okay, I'll take care of it. I will not wipe out Klal Yisrael. Go back to your graves. Go back to your beds. Mali amalim shal seichem. I will fulfill you, right? Shulachti Bavel Amalchem. Yes, I am exiling them to Bavel, but the Shekhinah will go with them. Shulachti. Right? I'm going with them. If I'm going with them to Bavel, that's a guarantee that what? Hineni Meshovev Golas Benechem. I will return the Golas one day. Right? So, like I say, this is his reworking of the famous Agadah. Now we'll recite it. Okay, the next one is a variation on what we just talked about. It's, I think it's from a Sikta or something. And it's, I told you again, when you see these things, you understand that there's some Masorah out there, and it's expressed in different places in the Medrash and similar Gothic literature, not in identical form. So everybody knew there's something about Yirmiyahu going to the North, whatever the exact way it turned out isn't so clear. Here's another version of it. Again, I think it's in, if I remember, it's in the Pesikta. He says that when Melo Sefik, when the Jewish people hit the magic number bad, in other words, for argument's sake, let's say they hit 1,256,000 sins, then comes the Korban, The Melo Sefik Yafa Ketirza. When Yafa Ketirza, when the Jewish people, who is beautiful as Tirza, hit sin X, whatever, in Aram Tzakachusa, even the angels start screaming because they came to Korban. Ben Chilkiah, Mi'armakiah, so when the prophet Jeremiah goes out of the armament of the palace. Now, this is complicated because really, Yirmiyahu had been in a jail during the siege, and when the enemy captured the city and did all these bad things, they treated him with kid gloves. If you look in the book of Yirmiyahu, Nebuzaradan goes to the jail, lets him out, and he says, I have orders from Nebuchadnezzar to treat you excellent. Whatever you want to do, I'm at your disposal. If you want to stay here, I'll supply you with food and house and everything. You want to go to Babel? I'll give you a plane ticket. You want to go somewhere else? Whatever you say, because I know you were against the rebellion, which is true. You see? Yirmiyahu was always preaching all the time, don't do this, okay? So Nebuchadnezzar, it's in the Sefer Yirmiyahu. And that's when they have the Gedalia episode and everything. So he was treated great. And he stayed, of course, right? We want to be with Gedalia and start again. But according to this, Yirmiyahu is leaving the temple as it's being destroyed. Ishi Fastor Menuvelis Matzah. And he runs into this woman who was the Fastor Menuvelis. It's interesting. She was a beauty who was totally disheveled. In other words, you knew that she's, covered with all kind of dirt and things like this, but she was, in her day, a great beautiful. And he was scared. Goes, I make you swear. Shem, are you a shade? Right? Didn't make any sense. You look as beautiful as a human being. But you give off this aura of pachad, like you're not human, you're something else. So he didn't know what he ran into. And the story says that the woman answered, Hein lo shade aniv lo golem pachas. I'm not a shade and I'm not a golem. Yaduizu shavanachas. And she gives him a riddle. He says, you may have known me when the times were good. Hein le'echad ani, I'm a 1, u'shloshishim ba'achas, and I'm a 3, and I'm a 61, u'shnei masar, and I'm a 12, and I'm a 71. And then she explains the riddle. Ze echod Avraham haya. Okay? Ben Shlosha, Abba Shlishia, the three of us. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, that's the three. Shnei Masar, obviously that's what? The tribes. And Shifteyah. Right? Shishim Riba B'Shivim Be'echad. Shishim Riboy, that's Klal Yisrael. 71, Sanhedrin. Okay? Now, that's who I am. So she is, in this story, the personification of the Jewish people. Right? Now, she's not really a human being, correct? But she's not a shade either. So she's like some sort of angelic figure who represents the Jewish people. Tam Yakshiv Asi Shua. So Yirmiyahu speaks to her and says, okay, listen to what I'm telling you. Repent. Yana Yosef Kol Kachashuva. I remember you as Simcha the good days. Yavel Abel Simcha. Somebody like you deserves to be at the Queen's ball. Right? You're meant for better times. V'lo likari od basa shaveva. And not to be called a wayward daughter. And the woman answers, Eich esmach. How can I be happy and raise my voice in joy? All my children are in the hands of the enemy. All my prophets have been killed, and their blood's rolling all over the place. All my malachim, all my kings, my princes and priests, are now, they have collars around their necks like prisoners going off to be killed. And my temple is now abandoned. And my beloved has hit the road. Noam, is what he says. Noam oli ba'al karchi shudad. Against my will, my beautiful home was destroyed. Beis Hamikdash. Rabasi om echa yasha badad. And now you can see the place that once upon a time was thronging with people is now alone. Sochi shalanavi Yirmiyahu. And she goes and tells the prophet Yirmiyahu, Sachal ohecha. You, Jeremiah, you go and talk to God. For this terrible blow, you put in a good word. Until you persuade God to say enough. But you can get me out of this situation. I can't. The story goes that Yirmiyahu starts davening before God. Moli Rachmim, Rachim Kabal Beno. You who are Moli Rachmim have pity on Klal Yisrael as a parent would have on a child. But God says, you don't think I know that? Soak. That's in the Gemara Brachos, right? How do you think I feel? Let me put it this way. Suppose a father has a fight with a son. He kicks him out of the house. Happens. And then we'll talk to each other and that kind of thing. Okay. So how does it, when all's said and done, the father's at the table has an empty seat. You understand? And he says, how do you think I feel? I had to do it or I did it. You think I'm happy about it? What's the story with the father who had to exile his son? And the same way all the way around. So in the situation I just described, you can make a movie. Imagine a guy has 3 kids, for argument's sake. And he's one of these types that gets arguments and things like this. And he throws the kids out of the house. And they say, yeah. And so they're both living in the same city. He never sees them, he never sees them. So there he's sitting at the table on Shabbos. It's all alone. He can't back off and they can't back off. So how does he feel and how do they feel? So Hashem said, I know it's bad. You know what I'm saying? No, you don't have to tell me it's bad. I know it's bad. How do you think I feel with the Beis Hamikdash destroyed? Therefore I say to you, the prophet Jeremiah, go call out the sleeping patriarchs. Right? Let's bring some Chus Avos in the bear. Go wake up. Avos, that's Martha Machpelah, and Aaron and Moshe. Roim Yavo Kino Linase. Maybe if these people come and daven to me, cry, then that'll do the trick. Kizev Yevtov said, and tell them that the wolves are eating the sheep. Because I told you before, the Jewish Sabbath was supposed to be the sheep among the wolves. It ain't working. Show go Yirmiyahu Novi. So Yirmiyahu, according to the story, then goes to the Martha Machpelah and starts screaming, Machpelah Nom Kalovi, screaming at the Martha Machpelah. Tunu Kolbe B'chi Avos Atzvi. You, Avos Atzvi, the glorious patriarchs, start raising your voice and davening. To B'nechem B'harim B'shvi. Your children have gone off the derech, that is true, and now they're in captivity. In Kodem Over Bris, Ayiz Chuz Kruzei Bris. But ask Hashem, what happens to Chuz Avos? But the voice comes from heaven and says, what can I do? I've decided that this is going to happen. Because let's put it this way. Obviously, Beis Hamikdash is destroyed despite anybody's davening. Today's the Beis Hamikdash has nobody there because nobody came in the Shalosh Hagam when the Beis Hamikdash was standing. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you want the temple back. You do? You didn't use it when you was there. You see? And my beloved ones have faltered, gone off the derech. And Jeremiah says, restore them once again, you who are so mech v'soed. You uphold the Jewish people and supply them. Terachim tziyun kibam moed. And now we'll recite this. Next one is the famous poem. Here the theme is contrast, obviously. The contrast between Tzis Mitzrayim and Yetzias Yerushalayim. In both cases, the Jewish people left the abode for many centuries, but in one case it was a happy occasion, one case it was not. Because when you leave the Golus, it's supposed to be a good thing, and when you leave Yerushalayim, it's supposed to be a bad thing. And therefore you have this whole poetic set of contrasts. This is clearly not from, this is from the Middle Ages or something, because of the way it's stylized, the way it's writing. Where he says, you know, Oz Yosher Moshe Shir Lo Yinoshe B'Zeis Mitzrayim, the Jews were singing as they left Egypt. Not exactly, but, you know, Kriyas Yamsuf. And the Jews are singing dirges when they leave Jerusalem. Those Kinos are also kind of a song. So there's a happy set of songs when they leave Egypt. There's a sad set of songs when they leave Jerusalem. Basis come b'shulchan when they leave Egypt, right? So they were about to get a Mishkan. Basis Conan, b'shulchan anan, and remember they were guided by a cloud. So how come they weren't guided by a cloud in Tisha B'Av? They weren't. But that would have been good. Show you where to go. They're abandoned by God, so to speak. There was like a bad cloud. This is the Kriyas Yamsuf. The waves of the ocean stood up like a wall in the way out of Egypt. And then we have the other way around, which is the kids jumped in the water and were drowned, as we said before. You know, so basically saying like this: how come when the 400 children, whatever, jumped in the water, this is what should have happened? The water should have split. They should walk. It didn't happen that way. It did not happen that way. The Gana Shalayim Yitzur Yazumayim, when they were leaving Egypt, which again, you see that means in general, like when they're in the midbar, they had the mon, which is the Gana Shamayim, and they had the water from the rock. So they had water to drink. What did they drink on the way out of Jerusalem? Poison, gall, wormwood, bitter waters. To be perfectly honest, I told you before, many of them died of thirst. I mean, that's really what happened. You know, you and I go crazy to get the electrolytes, you know, being outside a little bit. Imagine in those days. Hashkim be'eretz Rivas HaChovev, when they left Egypt, they were encamped around Har Sinai eventually. But on the other hand, Koralev al Naras Bavel, they were not encamped around Har Sinai when they left Egypt, they were encamped around Naras Bavel. That is poetic, you know, but I mean, they ended up in Babylon, which is not our country. And they saw the pillar of fire like Mari Kvod Hashem, but when they left Jerusalem, whatever they saw shining was the swords of the metal of the swords of the Romans. Says Mitzrayim, you had all the carbonas and the Shem and the Mishcha, and then you have the reverse. You had carbonas when you left Egypt. You had different types of carbonas when you left Jerusalem. The people were shechted, as we saw. Kitzeh, Kitzon, Lativcha. Chag and Shabbos Moses and Moses. In the desert, you had miracles and holidays and Shabboses. They didn't have no parties at all on Tisha B'Av. Tanya's, Avel, Redofa, Hevel. You see? Tova, Olim, Abba, when you saw the Jews encamped in the desert around the four flags and the tribes arranged in a certain order, it was like a glorious sight when they left Egypt. Well, what kind of flags did they see on Tisha B'Av? The Roman flags, the enemy flags. All the Yishmael and Machnas Arelim. You saw encamped around the besieged Jerusalem, the Arabs, the Romans, the flags are in the negative. See? Yovel Shemitah Shoketo. When they left Egypt, meaning in the good times, you had Yovel and Shemitah, and the Torah promises that if you'll keep the Yovel and the Shemitah, nobody will come and take your land. Remember, there's a pasuk like that, right? You'll have a quiet land. Because otherwise, how can you leave your land? And now, and now all your land is sold away to the Goyim. You see? When you left Egypt in the good times, you had the Kaporas, the Aron, the Avnei Zikaron. Those are the kind of stones you had, like on the high priest's breastplate. Now, what kind of stones did you have in Tisha B'Av? Catapult stones, artillery. Avnei Kela Kliabella. Leviim Aronim Shiva Zakanim. What kind of leaders did you have? You had Leviim, Kohanim, that's Aronim, and Shim Zakanim. They're the ones who lead you through the desert. Who were the ones leading the prisoners out of Tisha B'Av? Noksim, Monim, Mochim, Mekonim. The slave purchasers and the Roman guards. The Noksim, the slave taskmasters. In other words, let's put it this way. When the people left Egypt, as you said before, the old and the infirm have been killed already. But if you're 17 or younger, he said, they're going to sell you. So what does that mean? They lead you to the slave market, probably outside Jerusalem a few miles. All these Arabs and Greeks and junk show up, and they set up a whole bazaar, and they're buying. Okay, and that's your fate. That is your fate. Moshe Reinu Aaron Yachinu Mitzrayim. Who's the leaders? Moshe and Aaron. And who's the leader of Tisha B'Av? Nebuchadnezzar and Adrianus Caesar. Right? Now again, it's poetic. Hadrian didn't lead them out of Tisha B'Av. It was Titus, but Hadrian was a bad member too. We know when we go to battle in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu, we win because God is with us. But when we fought on the Romans on Tisha B'Av, we lost because God was not there. Sistri Parocha Sidim Areches, says Mitzrayim. What do we have on what do you call it? On when we left Egypt? You had hidden things. The Parochas covers this, and the Kaparas covers that. That's a manifestation that there were Sodos HaTorah that they knew. You know what I mean? In other words, we had the secret, hidden stuff of the Torah, which was a delight. On the other hand, not when you left on Tisha B'Av, but when they left Egypt, they had fury and anger poured out on us. Nothing was hidden. Ola Zvachim Ishin Echochem, you had the carbon Ola, Zvachim, and the fire offerings. But on the other hand, on Tisha B'Av, Cherem Medu Karm B'Dei Tziyah Karm. Again, what was killed was not animals. It was the Bnei Tziyah Yikarim. Pari Mikbos L'Chavdid. I mean, I want you to understand what this means. If you walked into the Beis Hamikdash in the good times, it was a bloody situation. I mean, if you've ever realized that, right? You have karbanos all day long. The more, the better. Think about, for example, I mean, everybody knows this. On Erev Pesach, there was so much blood they had like washed the floor. Remember, with the cock and everything. So you go to the Beis Hamikdash, and it was all covered with blood, but that was considered a positive thing. These are karbanos. Now you go in Tisha B'Av, the whole place is covered with blood, but it's not karbanos. That's what he's contrasting. Okay? Pari Mikbos L'Chav Mikbos, the glorious hats worn by the high priest, the turbans, the mikbas. And what do you have on the way out? Shrikos and truas and kolos was. The screams and cries that we heard in Josephus. Tzitza Zava Hamshel Rav. You had the tzitz, that we saw before, and you had monarchy, sovereignty. You had the lack of that. There was no crown and no authority on Tisha B'Av. Kedusha Nevuva Kavod Hashem Yirav Mitzrayim. They had all this kedusha, because if you have an anani akavod, I mean, you're seeing something, and you have a pillar of fire, I mean, you're seeing something. Niglam or ruch tumah. But on the way out, all they had was the ruch tumah. Rina b'yeshua chatzot zatrua. And as you know, we have when they left Egypt, and when they had to cross the Red Sea, and other occasions they had all the chatzotros and everything that was blowing. It became a mitzvah actually. What kind of chatzotros were blown on Tisha B'Av? It's the Romans. Zakas ol v'nakas chol. Shulchan menorah chol v'ketorah. So you have the shulchan and the menorah and the ketorahs, all the rest of it, in the good times. Elil b'tov esel maseva. And now it's full of idols and toevas. So finally, he concludes, also, it's all negative. Torah turach chayachemda, the Seis Mitzrayim. No, it's not negative. One day we'll come back. So you don't end with B'tzeisi Yerushalayim. You end B'shuvi Yerushalayim. Sasa b'simcha, v'nas yagav v'nach b'shuvi Yerushalayim. You're not supposed to end. This guy doesn't want to end on a bad note. Now we will recite this painful contrast. Okay, the next one we're going to do is the famous one about the bubbling blood. This story is to fill in a lacuna, it seems, in the account because this has to do with the Nebuzaradan and all that, as you know. If you look at the numbers in the Book of Malachim, Yerayamim, I forget the exact numbers, but they're very low. I think 15,000 people left Jerusalem. And the casualties don't seem to be so big. It's hard to tell. But on the other hand, we made such a big deal out of it. But in order to explain that, they said, well, you overlooked something which is not in the Book of Malachim or anywhere else in the Tanakh. That there was a big massacre that was perpetrated. When? Where? There's no mention of it, you see? So, well, it happened anyway, and Nebuzaradan got obsessed with the bubbling blood and killed everybody. Because according to this, he killed lots and lots of people. So I told you before, the city had actually surrendered. So a month before. So it shouldn't be that they're killing anybody now. Something must have taken them off. What would take them off? I mean, if Nebuchadnezzar wanted to kill all the Jews, he would have said, don't leave any survivors. Why did he say bring the rest back to the Babel? Why did he do that? Must be, he didn't want to kill them all. May I remind you that at the time of the Churban Bayis Rishon, Nebuchadnezzar's prime minister in charge of the Babylonian Empire was a frum Jew. Right or wrong? Daniel, according to the story. Okay? Think about that. And also his buddies, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah. So, it doesn't sound like Nebuchadnezzar was out like Hitler to kill everybody. So then how come there's so few people actually came back to Babel? Something must have happened. This would happen. So if this happened, it's not because Nebuchadnezzar told him to do it. He got obsessed over the bubbling blood. So God made that happen as a punishment for not punishing the murderers of Zechariah. You get it? That's the meaning of the story. Right? That 100, 200 years earlier, the time of Yoash, that's the little kid that they killed everybody, and he was hidden in the Kodesh Kadoshim, Yoash Melch Yehuda, until the high priest took him out, and so that kid wasn't normal. Obviously, you can't be normal if you're spending 6 years by yourself, like Anne Frank, by yourself. You know, they just brought him food and stuff. So when he became the king, the first years of his rule, the old man who saved his life, the high priest Yehoyada, who was a good guy, he basically ran the show. So as long as the kid listened to him, he's not going to lead him bad. But eventually, Yehoyada died. He was an old man, very old. And then you have a situation, as I always say, is a 13-year-old kid who just won the lottery and doesn't have a trust fund. That's bad news. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is going to descend on him and use him. And if it's a 13-year-old kid, you don't have the smarts to realize who's your friend and who's not your friend. You get it? You'll be skinned alive. And that's what happened with this Yoash. When the old man died, he didn't choose his son to be the new prime minister advisor. That's what he should have done. Instead, the richie riches, as they call them, of Judah, the Sarim and the Shoim, the princes of Judah all came and descended upon the young king. Oh, they were 20 years old, 30 years old, whatever he was. And they said, oh, you're a god. Right? They bowed down to him, it says, and they twisted him around the finger. He didn't realize it. It's a sad story. And they totally got him in to their trap. And next thing you know, he's justifying everything that they're doing wrong, including the idolatry and, I'm sure, stealing and social injustice big time. And the son of Yehoyada, the story goes, his name was Zechariah, he protested against it. And the king said, like Henry II said about Becket, well, no one rid me of this troublesome priest. And so they killed him in the Beis HaMikdash, and nobody did anything about it. Therefore, it's what you call an unrequited crime. And that's expressed in the idea that the blood was still bubbling. Why is the blood still bubbling? You know, it's an unrequited crime. And one of the things God says repeatedly throughout the Tanakh is, I won't stand for injustice. You get it? I won't stand for injustice. That's what all the prophets are always complaining about, all the rest of it. And so letting a murderers go is also injustice. And now it came home to roost and they killed everybody generations later. So that's the way they tell the story over here. So so if that's true, then tens of thousands of people were just massacred, Stalmazai, because this one guy, Nebuzaradan, personally got obsessed with it. Well, who made Nebuzaradan obsessed with it? Let's put it this way. The guy was a Babylonian general. It's not like he didn't see killing, right? What did he do for breakfast in that world? But Hashem made it, you know, he got fixated on this business, and he just proceeded to kill a whole bunch of people. So if that's the case, the real Tisha B'Av, for all I know, this might have happened on Tisha B'Av. You get it? Because he showed up on the 7th of Av with instructions to burn down everything. So what we're looking over here happened the 8th or 9th of Av, something like that. So that means that Tisha B'Av is not simply the Churban Beis HaMikdash. That's true, it's that too. But it's the day when everybody got killed, even though they had surrendered a month before. It's freaky. So this is told by, I think, Yehuda Levi, if I'm not mistaken, in the, what do you call it, in the poetic form, Yamachni Pari B'Chavoni B'Shalchi Yadam B'Chatzer El Migdash Adonai, that Klal Yisrael says, I know how bad it is, I doubled my sin by killing an innocent man who was also a Kohen and also a Navi, and the Beis HaMikdash. No, let's put it this way. If I give you an assignment, come up with the biggest Aveira, right? You know, like they have in the Gemara Makkos, you know, how do you do 5 lavs, 7 lavs, or something like that? So, if you kill somebody as a Kohen and a Navi and the Beis HaMikdash, that's pretty good, you know? You got a big Aveira on your hands. And obviously the ground didn't cover it up, it was still bubbling until the sword came of it. And the bubbling blood did not come quiet until the vengeance was executed for the murder of Zechariah. And the story is it was bubbling and bubbling until Nebuzaradan, the start Rabbi Tabachim, that was his title. He saw the blood bubbling. And he asked the Kohanim, what's there? I mean, a brand new animal, if you shecht it, I mean, I'm not in the shlachais, but you know, it is hot blood, right? So they say, oh, well, you just catched us, you caught us now, you know, it's a regular carbon. And again, ordinarily you would have walked away, but somehow he got obsessed with it. And he said, it doesn't look like regular blood. So he compared it to the blood of Parim and Elim and Mechem, and it wasn't the same. He offered all kind of animals, and it didn't match the blood. So I'll tell you again, he just got fixated on this. It wouldn't stop bubbling. And they found out after investigation, a man of God, a prophet, who because of nothing he did wrong, was uprooted. No, it was a murder. And then Nebuzaradan, well, like I say, is obsessed with this. Today, the blood will be avenged. I'll make this crime right. I mean, mind you, they're killing people right and left, but he got, you know, right? He got focused on this one crime. Okay? It's the Kohanim saying, bring me all the priests. I'm not going to stop until the blood stops boiling, so he killed all the priests. According to this, he killed old people by the hundreds and young people by the thousands. Brought the Kohanim, and the blood kept bubbling. And the children are being shechted right and left, and the parents have to watch from a distance. And the mothers are crying. And Klal Yisrael says, so to speak, this is the fruits of crime, of unrequited crime. Right? There's a crime that's committed against the camp. Now we see it come home to roost. And then he went obsessed and he killed women with babies. And it was such a big flood of blood like the Nile River. Until the story is Nebuzaradan looked up to heaven. It's not enough what I killed already? Do you want me to completely exterminate She'eris HaShivya, whatever's left? And that's the end of the story, because the story is that, the blood stopped bubbling. But meanwhile, thousands of people have been massacred. So like I said before, this is the story that usually you don't think of when you talk about Tisha B'Av with Bayis Rishon. Yes, the Beis Hamikdash was knocked down, that is true. And it was burned and so forth, that is all true. But in addition to that, it wasn't just buildings. According to the story, they perpetrated a huge massacre. The next one we do is Shchus Below Miyayin. In order to understand this, you gotta know that this was written by a Talmud of the Ramban. That means he's in Spain, like I've been doing these lectures lately, at the time of the religious debates and a wave of verbal violence. The physical violence came later, but the time I'm talking about, in the 1200s, when this was composed, there was a lot of verbal violence, a lot of conversions, and all these books written against Judaism. The whole literature of this. And that's the time of the Ramban. And one of the things, of course, one of the main arguments of Christianity is, look where you are and look where we are. You lost everything. That means God is punishing you for rejecting Christianity. You understand? You had a base of English, but you're too stubborn to accept a new religion, and therefore all this bad stuff happened to you. It's clear as the day. You understand? And you pile this stuff on and on and on and on. And the Ramban has to deal with these kinds of arguments in the famous Vikuach. And his student is writing something along these lines where he says, what is it now? Shechuras v'lo miyayin. That's a famous phrase from the prophet Yeshayahu. So a person can be drunk from Veta, from trouble. Shechuras v'lo miyayin. If you see, just imagine, for example, maybe you have relatives, they went to concert. Here's a good example. What's his name? The Kaiser Rebbe, remember? The whole family walked in the gas chamber and then they stopped by him. Therefore, they all got killed. You just saw your whole family, 10, 11 kids, get killed right in front of your eyes. That's Shchur Salamiyayin. How do you process that? Right? Just like when you're drunk, you don't know what's going on. When you see a terrible thing, you don't know what's going on. So the Jewish people are Shchur Salamiyayin. Hashlichi tu payach. Throw away your tambourines that you used to dance with. The good times are over. Karchi novagozi. Tear out your hair. Right? Lashkisi apayach. Mutilate your face. Meaning that's what you do in the Middle East for Avelis, correct? Remember the Torah says you can't cut yourself, that's what you do. See all of Sabim Kino, but Sylvia Kapayach. And start doing Kinos. And walk around your house with Saki and wail before the Lord. On the destruction of your Beis Hamikdash and the doors and the children and all that stuff. And the Goyim basically say, how could the enemy come in the glorious Zion, which was the royal city? How could it be that foreign boots trampled on the sacred precincts? And we saw this in Josephus, by the way. And when they came in, they saw the priests performing the karbonas, and they didn't depart from performing the carbon until they themselves were shechted and their blood was pouring away from the altar. Right? The Gemara says that happened mamish in the Bayis Rishon, and it happened without anybody planning it in Bayis Sheni. And how do you understand that an Arel and a Tami could go in the Kodesh HaKadoshim la'mokim asher kohen gadol yari shom aleches v'achribu sipar chalish bayit, and they destroyed the Beis Hamikdash and the windows and the whole kinds of business. So this proves that you're wrong. And to add to this, but to put the Jewish twist on, so what's the Jewish answer to that? Right? Jewish answer to that is like this: we got our Averis. It's not the one you say. Right? We got plenty of Averis of our own. It's not because we rejected some other religion. We have enough, thank you very much. You name it. We don't have to, it's not for your reasons, okay? The sound of Bastion is heard from far away. Poetic Tizak Zakash Cheshmon. She's crying like Cheshmon did. Remember, with Sichon and all that. Tivcha Bechim Efaz. And like the crying that's coming from Efaz. Achaluni Aroya. Aho Kikosha Sisi Motzis Gubas. Whoa, it is true. I have drunk the bitter cup. Right? Kos Shasisi. I've drunk the cup of Peronius. Umatsisi Kubas. And I sucked it all up. No, as I've drained it to the dregs. Achaluni Aroyas. I've been eaten by lions, by world power. Chadudim Otas, with the sharp teeth. Number 1, Bas Bavel Hashedudo. Number 2, Bas Hamershas. That's Rome. Right? Rome is the Bas Hamershas. Matisoni Tzion. And God says, what are you crying for? You know why it happened. Not the reason that these guys said, but you know why it happened. Your sins are known. Al rov avonich gol amech mibli das. Your people have gone into Golas because you rejected das. Al ozvich sofayach. You abandoned your prophets. V'shamich kol trofayach. And instead you listen to the trophim. To your idols. You know the reason. So, you guys say it's because we reject your religion. We say, no, we have our own sins. It's got nothing to do with you whatsoever. And then, the author turns to the tormentors, and he's like this. But the difference is like this. We got destroyed, but we're making a comeback. When you get destroyed, there'll be no comeback. Al tismi o yafti al shever kani. Don't rejoice over the fact that my horn is broken. Kino falti kamti. Because we have a rule, every time we fall, we rise up again. Like it says, Sheba Yipol Tadav Kam, right? So we, on the falti kamti, yes. Hashem Azorani, God will help us one day. Hine Asveni, Eliyashel Pizrani. The same God that scattered me will one day bring me back. You understand? This is a Jewish thing, it's not your thing. Vigoleni Meich, Surah Shemachrani. And the same rock, the same God that sold me down the river, will be powed to me from you. But then, guess what? It'll be your time to feel it. And then you'll have the cup that I drank. And then I'll get to do to you what you did to me, which is you smashed my babies against the rock. Time will come and I'll do it to you. So this is really the raw polemics, you see, of the era of the Vikuchim. Now we'll recite this. You know, you're not too far from the end when you get to Kinos. This is obviously not one of the Kinos, but long ago, I say Klal Yisrael decided to stick it in the Kinos. Okay, it's a poem from Yehuda Levi, of course. It has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av whatsoever, but it's very appropriate to the day. Put it that way. And here the poet evokes, the Mary Poppins Israel, the ideal Eretz Yisrael of the Ruchnias. Okay. Not everybody sees it this way. This is, as is very famous, Yehuda Levi, of course, is living in Spain, and he's a doctor and all that, and he's a famous poet, and he has a good thing going, and he composes this book called the Kuzari, because people have kashas on Judaism and so forth, and he makes it into a dialogue between the king and the rabbi, I think everybody knows. It's not a real account, it's his thing. And since he's the writer, so naturally every time the guy has a kasha on Judaism, he's a terrorist, right? Because he's the writer. Except one thing. There's one thing that the king asks several times, and he says, "You busted me, nitzchani," right? And the king says to him every once in a while, he says, "If Eretz Yisrael is so great as you say, why don't the Jews move to Israel?" And he said, "I don't have a good answer to that." It's like 3-4 times. And by the time you get to the last dialogue in the book, the rabbi says, "I came to convert you, but the truth of the matter, you converted me, I'm moving to Israel." That's at the end of the book. The king gives him some presents and things like that. Which means if you work it all out, it's very interesting. Sometimes you write something, if you ever had that experience, but it doesn't end the way you planned at the beginning. You thought you do this and this, but once you're writing, it kind of takes over you if you've ever had that experience, right? A writer knows that. And this took over him. And so by the time he finishes the book, he said, I got to make Aliyah. Now, this was not a smart move, because that time was very hard. And I'm not talking about from the rigors of the journey. I'm talking about, we're talking the 1100s. So in the 12th century, the Magefas are everywhere. You understand? We have to remember the smartest thing to do in the old days, if you could, was live in the same place all the time. Do you understand why? You grow up, you're used to the climate, you're used to the things, you get certain immunities, you get what I'm saying? Now, it's no guarantee, and plenty of people die, but overall, you're saving yourself a lot of trouble, because there are no medicines that really worked. So he eventually left Spain, and he made it to Egypt, and Egypt was a Magefa, and he died. So there are many legends about how he got to Israel and he was trampled to death and so forth and so on. But, that's not what happened. So he never did see Israel, okay? But since he's a poet of the first caliber, he sees Israel. You get what I'm saying? He sees Eretz Yisrael. It may not be Lud Airport, he sees Eretz Yisrael. And he writes in this longing fashion, which is so emotional that we include it on Tisha B'Av. And so he immediately begins by talking to Tzion as if it's a girl, his mother. We're supposed to daven every day for Eretz Yisrael. That's Samach David, this, that, and the other, right? What about the other way around? Is Eretz Yisrael ever daven for us? Do you ever ask how we're doing? We are prisoners. Those words, Dor Shalom for you, we're always wondering how you're doing. Do you ever ask how we're doing? The Jews all over the world, you get shalom from us all the time from all over the world. What about the other way around? And what about me, myself and I? Ushlom asir tikva. And what about me, who's a prisoner of hope? That's where you get the Soviet Jewry expression, right? Asir tikva. No seems mo kital chamon. Do you ever ask how I'm feeling? Who cries every day, dreaming about what it would be like to step on your mountains? When I start crying over your suffering, Eretz Yisrael, because Israel's under the Arabs, under the Christians, so it's suffering, as it were. I cry like a tanim, like a sea monster, meaning endless tears. On the other hand, when I dream about returning to Eretz Yisrael, on the Kinos, I become a harp for your songs. Is a nice, he's a poet, you know. On the Kino l'shirayich. When I think the negative, I cry like a baby. When I think the positive, I'm transported. On the Kino l'shirayich. And now he's about to show it. Because now he's sitting in the mood like this. What would it be like to be in Israel? Levi, the Beis El. If only my heart goes to think of the Beis Hamikdash. Of Lifneim Od Yema. Boy, do I yearn to stand in the presence of God. Machnayim, and that's also the Beis Hamikdash. Chonigit Torayach, the place where they did all the Tahara. Shama Shechina Shchunoch, to see the place where the Shechina was. Oh my God, Yosef Pasach Moshari Hasharat. That's we always say that Yerushalayim is opposite the heavens. Remember, there's the Jerusalem downstairs and the Jerusalem upstairs. To stand by the Kotel, as we would say today, would be opposite the Shar HaShamayim. Wow. In the old days, there was no sun or moon. The Kavod Hashem provided the illumination. Now again, in his mind, you see, so this is really, everybody should feel this way, but yeah. It wasn't the sun, the moon, and the stars. Eretz Yisrael had its own electricity grid, you know, the Shechina. Boy, would I love to walk on the places where once upon a time there were Nevi'im. So to be in the spot where, look at this, the Ruach HaKodesh poured down on people. Just to be in that place, you see? You, Zion, you're like the king's house, the palace, the Kisei HaKavod. So how come the Arabs are ruling Israel now? How come the slaves are sitting on the master's throne? So that's the negative side. That's why I cry like a monster, right? But when I think of the positives, so he's a poet who's pulled in two directions, right? He's transported with poetic ecstasy when he contemplates, Yerushalayim and Israel. He's also tremendously depressed when he thinks of the current massive, as we say today. Boy, would I love to just fly like Peter Pan, and the Makomas to those places where it used to be Nevuah, where Moshe Rabbeinu hung out in a place like that. I mean, just to be there, it almost suggests like there must be something left over in the air, Boy, I wish I could fly with wings, like a thing. I'd go to the place of Bris Ben Absarim. I would throw myself on the ground. I'd kiss the ground and roll in the dust, and I'd love it. Boy, if I could get to the Mars Machpelah, I'd be in the Shtoimim. If I saw Hebron, I just would not know what to do. I'd do like this. To actually see the place where the others were, Hari Avorim, or if I saw the places mentioned in the Bible, Hor Hahor, Hari Avorim, in Dvarim and all these places. This is Hor Hahor, this is Yerushalayim, this is, Yericho, wow. Asher Shomshtei Orm Gedol Merach Merach. That's where Moshe and Aaron were, in Hari Avorim and Hor Hahor. Chayin Yishomas Abiyarteh. You don't have regular air. Your air is composed of Chayin Yishomas. It's all spiritual. You see, he's seeing Eretz Yisrael Shamayla, as we say, the Ruchnis Eretz Yisrael. Mimordrav Kasofre, the dust on your ground in Israel smells better than spices. The Novus Suf Narach, the rivers in Eretz Yisrael don't have water, they have perfume. I'd give anything to walk barefoot. So my feet should touch the holy ground. Just to go to the place of the destruction. Go to Beis Hamikdash. If I could go up there, I'd walk barefoot and love it. Boy, to see the place where the Aron once stood, Asher Nignas, where the Kruvim were. See, he's obviously one of these people who go up to Rabbi, and that's the point. Asher Shachnu Chadri Chadayach, that's where you had Todesh Kedoshim, the Chadri Chadarim. All those Vasher parent is back of man. Boy, I could be a Nazir again and cut my hair, and do that. Chil Bars Babos is Zirach. Now, unfortunately, the Gullus has destroyed the Nazir. Now it's pessimistic again. How can I like to eat or drink when I look and I consider that the dogs are running the show? How can I enjoy daylight? And I see the buzzards eating the flesh. And it's the word orvim, it's like a double entendre. Look at this, like Shakespeare. Hold back, O cup of depression. I can't take it anymore. Hold back. Harpy mod, give me a minute. I can only get so depressed. Stay back. I'm already too full of bitterness. You have to wait a while till I can take another swig of this thing. Because when I think of the Golas today, and the Matzah Chal Yisrael, and Eretz Yisrael is under the Orvim, and so, it's too much. You see? Eis Ezra Ola, Eshta Chamrich. Boy, when I think of Ola, which is the base of Mikdash, I'm drinking the bitter wine. Ezra Oliva Emsa Shemrach, and I drain the dregs when I think of Oliva, which is the northern kingdom. Sion Klos Yofi. Sion, you're the epitome of Yofi. Abba Chen Orin Lod. Stir up some Abba and Chen in me. All those who are friends of you are bound with a tight bond. Hey, Masmech Shalbosek. People like me, he says, who are happy when times are good for you, who are sad when times are bad for you, and cry over your sorrows. These are the people who from the Bor Shvi, from the pit of captivity, meaning in Spain, they turn towards you. So basically it's davening, right? Every time you daven, you have to face towards Israel, face to Yerushalayim. We are the true blue. We who really cry when we go like this, modim, you know what I mean? Like, because we think of Eretz Yisrael and the terrible matzah. Adrian Monachasher Golo, the masses who are now in Golos, and it's possibly highly given, who've been tossed from one country to another and never forgot you. They still hold on to your skirts, which means we never give up the hope of Eretz Yisrael. And they want, like anything, to climb back and touch the date palms. Oh, you tell me like this, Israel is nothing compared to other countries. Go to Rome, go to Egypt, see these splendid monuments and palaces and stuff like that. He said, are you kidding? Shinra Pasras, which is Babylonian Egypt. Can they compare to you? It's garnished, you see? You're comparing their Hevel to the Ur B'tumim? Were you nuts? Right? You see? Your splendor is eternal. The Nizirach is forever. Evil emotional height. That's the place God wants to live. Doesn't want to live in Egypt. Doesn't want to live in Rome. Doesn't want to live in all the fancy schmancy palaces and centers. This is where he wants to live. Okay? So therefore he concludes, happy for the person who ever gets there. Now he wrote this planning to get to Israel. He never did. Happy is the person that gets to Israel and sees Alos Arech, the rise of your ore. And remember, to him, the ore is not the sun and the moon. It's the ore. And you see this, the sunrise. But again, it's not the sunrise that you and I are talking about. You see? I dream of when you will return back to the good old days of your youth. So it is sad. We'll now recite it. Now we go to the last of the regular Kinos, then we're going to do one more for the show, and then we do Elysion. This is the famous one from Aaron Rottenberg. This has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av again, just like the other one. Sion Alo Sishal Shlom Thread has nothing to do with Tisha B'Av. It's just appropriate. So whoever decided, they figured stick this in also in Tisha B'Av, which has to do with the burning of the Gemaras in Paris, in the 1240s. The Aaron Rottenberg being a young guy in yeshiva and witnessing this, and this is this poem is a bitter parody of what we just read. In other words, Yehuda Levi composed a poem, Tzin Halo Sishal Shlomo Sirat, don't you care about us? So here, as he sees the Gemaras and everything being burned, he says, hey, Torah, what about us? Shalis Rufa Be'esh, Shlomo Abalayach. Ask how we, who are in Avelos, because you're being burned, how are we doing? He said, you got nothing to worry about, you're the Torah, you're going up to heaven, but how are we doing? Right? So it's a bitter parody on the Tzin Alo Sishali. Now he's talking about the Golos and Eretz Yisrael. He's talking about the Torah Shabbat Peh, as it were. Understand that idea? Just like the other guy was talking about. Oh, I wish I could walk in the streets of Israel and so forth. Well, he said, I wish I could walk in the streets of Torah, because if they burned all the books, then you can't learn. Correct? But they burned all the books. That's what they did. They burned all the books in France. So, I don't care what yeshiva you're in. How many Vav Yosefs are running around know it all by heart? Very few. So you're out of business. We were rolling in the ground, figuratively, and again, mishtoimim, seeing all the books being burned, alimoki gulach on the bonfires. And just like the other guy said, oh, in Israel, the light is not from the sun and the moon and the stars. He too, the light is from the Torah. I'm walking around in the middle of the day, it's all black. Why is that? The sun is shining, yeah, but the real sun is not shining, you see? I'm yearning for the light of day, which means the light provided by the Torah. And do you worry about us? Or do you worry about me, who's standing here with a broken heart? And I'm doing Kinos because of the pains that you're going through, O Torah, just like the other guy said. And I'm crying like a sea monster. Endless tears, and I'm making a whole hesped. And then he's like this. And in general, if you're a real frum guy, so you have the same problem as before. Why didn't God send down a lightning bolt and kill all the French? When they rounded up all the books and burned them in the square in Paris. I mean, that's what should have happened, They should have eclipse or something like that. And nothing, how can it be that the Torah itself, which came from Aish, remember Aish Slomo? How can it be the Torah Aish should be consumed by human Aish, okay, Aish Basar, and how come nobody got hurt? No, how come you didn't? How come the people who burned it didn't get hurt? Why did you Hashem punish them? You goyim, Adrov Adina. Why is he called Adina? You're living a nice lifestyle. You know what happened to the guys that burned all the swarm? They went to the bar afterwards and had a drink. You know, they had a good time. Nothing bad happened to them. And so he says to the nations, how long will this continue, that you live a nice, quiet life? And we, the prachim, you know, the flowers of the Jews, are covered with nettles, meaning we have it bad. Teisha Barov Gaiva, how long will you sit? Barov Gaiva, Lishva B'nai El B'chshavim, you arrogate yourself the right to judge the B'nai El, because what happened to the Catholic Church? Put the Gemara on trial, right? The Talmud on trial, found it guilty. That's literally what happened. Who gave you the right to do that? Lishva B'nai El B'chom Mishpatim B'tovim B'liyayach, Otik Z'Lisov Da'aseh Sh'Chukim. Now here's the Stockholm thing. They didn't burn Sefer Torahs as far as I know, because that's the Bible, which they respect. But they burned all the Gemaras and things like that. So he said, next thing you know, Lister of Dashes V'chukim, you'll end up burning Sefer Torahs too. Asher Shalom B'Glach. Therefore, I'll be happy when I see somebody bring you a punishment. Suri B'Labed V'Eish. Oh my God, who gave the Torah on Har Sinai with fire. Was this a sick joke of yours when you gave the Torah and fire? Right? He's saying, this is bitter. Was it a sick joke that thousands of years later this Torah would be burned? Right? Is that what happened? Sinai, why did God pick Har Sinai? Did he pick the lowest of the mountains as a sick joke that the Jews would be, and the Gemara, the Torah would be the lowest and held in contempt? Right? Lios Mofis Lados, to be an example, Kisismai V'ter Mikvoda, that it would be reduced and have no covet. Hem Shalach, I can give you a mashal, he says. Mashal Mach Shabal Mishit Bino, There's a famous medrash that says a guy made a wedding for the son, and the son died in the middle. Right? So is that the case? You made a wedding knowing that your son would die in the middle? No, you gave the Torah knowing that the Torah would be destroyed one day? Is that right? Instead of wearing royal robes, you, Mount Sinai, should wear sackcloth. Switch your clothes to that of mourning, of being an almana. I can pour as many tears like a river, and maybe my tears will reach the givers of the Moshe and Aaron. Maybe they'll reach there. Veshal, and I'll ask, if I get that far with my tears, and I run into Moshe and Aaron, I'm asking them a bitter question. Is there Taka Torah Chadosha that this one got burned? Now, if this is in France in 1240s, the Torah Chadosha, obviously, a New Testament, is already going, right? Is this why you, Moshe and Aaron, don't do anything when they're burning our Torah? Chodesh Shlishi B'Chol Ravi, and this all happened in the month of Sivan. They say it happened in Chutas around that time. Chodesh Shlishi B'Chol Ravi, L'Hashchis Chamdas L'Dei was this again a sick joke? They accepted the Torah in the month of Sivan, but then in the month of Tammuz, when this happened, that's when all your beauty was blackened. God Aluchas Vochina Bivalto. This is the time. Let me put it this way: what happened in the Chodesh Harvi? That's the month of Tammuz. Moses broke the 2 tablets. Oh, is that a foreshadowing of this? Right? Is that what this is about? Right? This is the Tashlim Esonashi, and just like the other poet, like Yehuda Levi, he says, after I witnessed this, and there's no learning possible here in France, how can I like to eat or drink anymore? All the joy in life is gone. How can I enjoy food after I seen what they've done to all your spoils? They took all the Gemaras and threw them in the street and burned them. Where in the Bible do you throw all this stuff in the street and burn them? Iridachas. Yeah? So is that what's going on? In other words, this is a funny faith. They threw all this stuff in the ground and burned in the air because they're Iridachas, you burn everything. I don't know a way out of this. Meaning, Theologically, I don't know where to go. Lo Edom Seducher. Hachi Haya Avelos and Sibiosh Misilach. I mean, are you into Avelos? That's what you want, that the straight road should now lead to mourning? Look, it's better, I enjoy more the ma'os, the tears, than honey. And my feet are like, hooked onto you. As happened, but am I really going to wait until all those who hold on to you are destroyed, or kalu? All these tears go down my cheek and melt and evaporate, right? Because of my compassion is moved to be nodei b'olayich. It's like God took a bunch of money and hit the road, and embarked on a journey, and guess what? We're left alone, because if He let all this happen, Hashem must be on vacation, as we say today. Hit the road. And I'm left alone. Nisharti levad really alone. Ketom b'rosh harp migdalayich, like at the top of the ship. Yeah, the mast all the way to the top. That's what I am. I can see far away, but nobody's near me. Lo eshmo the kol sharm b'sharas. I can't listen to songs anymore. Because the real beautiful song, meaning the svarim, are gone. I clothe myself with sackcloth, because the lives of your corpses are as many as the sands of the sea. Now, there were no corpses. He means the books, because they burned thousands of svarim. You get it? Whatever the Jews in France had put together for the period of Balitosis was burned on this occasion. So you can just imagine there were piles and piles and piles. To him, they're like dead bodies. You see? So I have to put on sackcloth and sit in Avelis, sit Shiva, because of the thousands of these corpses that I see. That's my Mariam. And I wonder, how come the sun comes out? How come the sun shines for everybody, doesn't shine for me? Zaki b'kol mar l'tzur. Therefore I say to you, the Torah that was through of Aish, the Torah that was burned, I say to you, cry out to the Lord, maybe when you cry out, Hashem will remember the old days, Moshe Rabbeinu. Chagri, ali avora, put on sackcloth because of the fire, that's the expression, the substance and has burned all your klulos, the beautiful ones. And he tries to end on a good note, tries. And I hope that God will offer you comfort that will match the days of your discomfort. They will once again come when we'll take music and song, and dance. Heart will be raised if God ever restores the light to you, and the darkness goes away. So as I said before, this theme over here is the burning of the Torah. You tell me how many Sfarim and that kind of thing the Romans burned. That's what he's really going with over here, right? On one of the parts of Tisha B'Av is, what was the end? Not only the people killed the Beis Mikdash, all the writings. I mean, answer to this question: where's all the writings that we hear about that you don't see anymore? The Gemara talks about, even the Chumash frankly talks about. Where's all that stuff? They just destroyed it. You see? I'll recite this, and then we'll do the show, and then I'll see you. Now we're going to do the last of the Kinos, I guess, which is the addition. I mentioned the other day, one of the reforms that's crept into Jewish life is now that they add for the Shoah. This is Rabbi Schwab, of course, it's kind of self-explanatory, but it's on page 392, so I'll get right to the parts that I'll call attention to because the hour is late, and you can skip the first three stanzas or so. But then he talks about the people, Ali Alaf and Gufin Disraf and Moshe Korban that were burned in the crematoria of Al-Sari, Atorah, Machzika, Masorah, all the big Talmidei Chachamim, Al-Pirchei, Kunatzirim, and the yeshiva guys, Al-Choshe Midrashas, Morim, Umoros, the Tinoko Shabisham Yakirim, and the kids that were killed by Hitler were in an elementary school, Albonos, Bodchos, the girls who had Bitochen, Besavim, Besabas, and the grandparents, Balzarim, Batabim, Shiolodu, their children, their descendants, who all perished, the Gam Rabbis Nivai B'chaim Masro, and regular Jews, right? And also to include Gam, the Rabbos, and also Ribavos, tens of thousands, Nehov B'chaim Masro, people who were connected in life and also in death as couples. You understand? Regular Jews. As Domam Drosh, so, oh Lord, avenge their blood. Kisi says Rosh, Shalniv Lam the Trufas, when you, God, okay, when you take the count of all the scattered, 6 million. Shlishi Lavoyer, we know that 1/3 was destroyed, Bivrak Zom Soer, with war, with the lightning of Zom Soer, in other words, from killing. Let's put it this way. I told you the other day, of the 6 million, or 5.5, whatever it is, 1.5 were shot. Between June of 41 and the end of 41. Right? Like Lithuania, Latvia, Belarus, they're just shot. You understand? So that's what he means. 1/3 of the total, approximately. Before there were gas chambers, anything like that whatsoever. It just killed them, you see? Don't forget them. And they'll take vengeance for them. Remember the screaming. When they took the people off the train, you've seen the pictures, right? And they moved them into the concentration camps. Taken to be killed. And don't forget their rivers of blood and tears. All the screaming, the crying, and the suffering from the dogs. First of all, the Germans are dogs, but second of all, they were, the German shepherds. Okay? I told you, we have a tradition. God has a jar, and every tear goes in that jar. So that's what he said. Put every tear from the 6 million in your jar. Until the time comes for the Nakama. The Machnas Aproim in the camps of the wild people, in the concentration camps, and others, and everything was a pach, like a trap. Charofos, schok, klimos, verok, spitting, pitzi akosiyum, beating up people, ra'avan, starvation, simon, thirst, shigon, going nuts, itzovan, this collapsing from depression, kishan lechlam, giving up because you're too weak, chonakas chalol, and the screams of the dead, mikol yachid umlo, chalilo l'chol mishkoch. Meaning, you hear the screaming from inside the gas chamber. That's basically what it means. But timrus oshan, and remember the smoke, kitan akivshan, tile tilam atzamas gidim, and the piles of atzamas v'gidim, because what happens after they pull them out? They were basically atzamas v'gidim. V'chadri aral, and the gas chambers, kol shagas mikal nechnon tortuim. the screaming from inside the gas chambers, the sirchim gufos and the stench of vias segufos and the tortured bodies. Gold dama admas noasim. It's like they were like fertilizer. Echaflu torem lebaris chabeim, and they turned into soap. Or ish l'kshudei nashim, and sometimes they made the lampshades out of human skin. Okrisis and Spos sheroshi pros, and Dr. Mengele like this, right? That's what he did, right? Point the finger. Krisis and Spos sheroshi pros liyamin shibud perach salmovis is small. Right? Get it? The right you live, left yeah. And all those people in the Holocaust of bullets, they made the Jews dig their own thing and then they shot them. Okay? So how they violated our sisters, and all these experiments, the Nazi scientists. What's the right word? Sterilize. Right? The doctors gave the poisons and the stuff to the victims. Okay? Look, I had a half sister, they gave her a, what's it called? Phenol? Gave a shot of the phenol and then she died from a heart attack. That kind of thing. And the survivors, the team, and after the war, there was a veld of Jewish children that we'll never see again because they're taking into Gaisha houses and they weren't given back. Who can count the number of victims? They all said Shema Yisrael, that's true, but they believed in Tchias HaMesim. The Kol, and some people said Ani Mamin, and they sang songs and things like this. And therefore, right, he concludes poetically, so the Jewish people are left like a yosam, like an orphan. Most of us don't even have kvarim to go to, right? And no kvarim to go to. Efo livkos, yavav levaroseach. They can't pour out their bitter hearts in any spot because the bodies were destroyed. We just have the memories of the bubbling blood. And we have memories of the mountains full of their, after the crematorium, the ashes. Trumas, Dishnei Mizbeach. This for us is the ashes of the Mizbeach. That's who it is for us. Yisrael, so who can be doubtful that the Jewish people have gone nuts a little bit? And how all we have left, the Sheretz HaPleit, is garnished, and how our proud stature is now bent low. Therefore, I look to you, God, to offer nechama to us. We need it. Now we'll recite this.
Zion mi'oreho, na'ishon zireho, v'chivsulon ha'vurosar, ha'apam zireho, alei armoin asher yudash, yad vason adoreho, yad safarkayo, v'sotzigash adoreho, alei golus, v'shortzeyo, v'ni'imim, Elei Zion,